Good evening, all. Call this June 27th, 2024 County Commission meeting to order. Okay, I'm trying to eat this microphone. I'll say that again. Is that better? All right. You see, I have to almost eat this thing. I'll call the June 27th, 2024 County Commission meeting to order. And is Pastor Adam Johnson here? Good. Will you please lead us in prayer?
Father, thank you that you are good. You are the only good one. Your word tells us that we are not good, we are not righteous, but thank you for being that for us. Thank you for your son. I pray that each one in here, each one in our county would know your son as their savior, and we all would be saved from sin and from hell. Father, I pray for our leaders. I pray for our local leaders, state leaders. I pray for our national leaders. Each of them would know you as their savior. And Father, you would work through our leaders to make righteous decisions, to do what is right, to make decisions, make policies, make laws that would honor your word. You just be glorified in this meeting tonight. Bring unity, bring peace, work through it. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Shall we say the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now, the pledge, West Virginia pledge. Flags over here. We're all learning this. I pledge allegiance to the flag of West Virginia,
which serves as the constant reminder that mountaineers are always free, which stands as a symbol of the majestic mountains, fertile forests, rich veins of coal, and pride for people.
Okay, folks, we're going to need a little bit of quiet here so we can proceed as quickly as possible. I'm going to use unanimous consent as I go through the next agenda items. So approval of minutes for May 30th, 2024. Unless I hear any objections, they are approved. Regular meeting minutes for June 6th, 2024. Are there any objections? Nope. They stand approved. Accounts payable for June 13th, 2024, $108,762.91. Any objections? They are approved. June 20th, 2024, accounts payable $455,250.76. Those are approved unless there's objections. June 27th, 2024, accounts payable $331,813.96. Moving on to manual checks, June 14th, 2024, $656,628.14. June 21, 2024, $224,496.98. June 28th, 2024, $72,498.84. Approval of payroll, June 7th, 2024, $314,155.23. June 21, 2024, $315,522.11. And then at requisitions on June 27th, 2024, $24,815.58. Now, I had forgotten to check if Commissioner Stauffer is online.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, all right.
Just took
Well,
me a minute to figure out how to unmute myself. Thank you.
that's, that's good. Okay, well, holler anytime if I march on too fast here. One announcement I want to make is that I received word from the Wild Hill Solar that there will be a public hearing and presentation, but there will be no vote tonight, and that is by request of the project developer. So just want to make you all aware of that. We will have the public hearing, but we are not taking a vote on it. It's not, it's a presentation, I'm sorry. We're having a public hearing on something else, so, okay. Few things go. Okay, public comment. I have a sign-in sheet. I'll call those names. You are limited to 3 minutes. You come to the desk, have a seat, speak close to the microphone, and make your comments. And the first person is Jacqueline Miller.
Good evening. First up, talking about the commission bylaw, planning commission bylaws, which is on the agenda. Page numbers need to be added. A revision date and number needs to be added for proper reference to help staff. 100% virtual meetings called arbitrarily by the planning commission president is unacceptable and does not satisfy the intent of open meetings and transparency. The examples of reasons for 100% virtual meetings due to inclement weather does not hold up, since many will be without power anyway, could be. Postponement is the reasonable answer. The public sees the arbitrary 100% virtual meetings as yet another measure to disenfranchise the people from their government unnecessarily. After all, we are not under pandemic restrictions anymore. By the government's own admission, there are underserved areas in the county, and this policy would remove those people from the opportunity to participate in their own government. Ironically, the same proposed bylaw change does not require posting of agendas electronically. Can't have it both ways and be fair. Committee meeting notices should be noticed with the same rules of regular and special meetings. Permit application process and procedures. I am recommending that the planning department devise a boilerplate of applicant requirements. Companies and individuals have experienced different treatment and expensive delays based on what appears to be arbitrary labeling and information demands. The county needs to develop an online tool to reduce delayed burdens to individuals and small businesses seeking permits. Applying for a permit should not be a crapshoot. Wild Hill Solar. The unnecessary use of pilots and other tax incentives for businesses is unacceptable. The negative impact of these corporate tax tools on our community is uncharted. The government tells us that public safety is paramount, yet you literally create public health underserved areas only to turn around to give sweetheart deals to multi-million-dollar corporations. When our community fights back, the West Virginia government egregiously legislates its will upon us. The stripes on our back are getting noticeable, especially when elected and appointed government officials ignore the public's great concern about the new comp plan goal number 1, which is land rights. Freedom of Information Act. After waiting ample time for the county to provide the public with reports and documents that were rendered by various planning commission committees after the open meeting advisory opinion 2024-02 from the Ethics Commission, today, under the Freedom of Information Act, I am submitting to you a request for that information. According to West Virginia Jefferson County checkbook, a private contractor was paid to perform work on draft ordinance rewrites. Furthermore, budget sessions this year revealed to me that the Planning Commission budget relies on allocations from the general budget set by the County Commission. All information was derived by those established committees is subject to FOIA.
Thank you.
May I give this FOIA to you?
Would you give that to our secretary so I won't lose it? Denise Nick.
Good evening. Appointee Cook, you are not eligible to be sitting here at this point in time. According to Code 3-10-7, any vacancy in the office of County Commission or Clerk of County Commission shall be filled by appointment by the County Commission. The appointee must be a person of the same political party with which the person holding the office immediately preceding the vacancy was affiliated at the time the vacancy occurred. Provided that at the time of the appointment, the appointee must have been a member of that political party for at least 60 days prior to the occurrence of that vacancy. You switched to Mountain Party on May 9th. You are not eligible to be sitting here, and if you had any integrity, you would not be sitting here. With that said, let's see. I submitted a FOIA request on 12/22/23 to Michaela Zunfrilli, the County Commission, and Nathan Cochran requesting email exchanges between the prosecutor's office, including Nathan Cochran, and Bowles Rice and Jackson and Kelly, the law firm, from September 23 to the date of the FOIA, which was December 22nd. To date, I have not received the information I'm looking for. I received an email from Prosecutor Harvey on 4/19 stating that the documents are still under review for privilege. What times during the day are you available to come in and view any responsive documents? We can look for a date and time in the near future to schedule that, to which I replied, please provide me dates and times when the documents can be reviewed. Any guess what happened? Nothing. Prosecutor Harvey did not reply. No, he was too busy. He was too busy not prosecuting the loss of life at the Oakley Drive and Route 9 bypass, where a young girl lost her life. No, he was too busy. What was he doing? He was too busy on talk radio, WRNR. He was too busy interfering and overturning elections. The people's voice. Priorities, people, priorities. Where does the public stand in the Prosecutor Harvey's priorities? Would the public say he's doing his job or neglecting it? Did he take an oath for office? We'll let the public decide. With that said, I emailed appointee Upson and Commissioner Stolifer on June 18th regarding no ambulance service on the Blue Ridge Mountain. In September of 23, the Blue Ridge Mountain Citizens Coalition requested to be placed on the agenda for a 15-minute time period to be heard about our concerns in our community. Commissioner Stolifer, silent on the subject, denied that request without any response at all.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll continue this next time.
Mary G. or Gee? Okay.
Commissioners, I ask you to vote no on the Wild Hills Solar Pilot Agreement. Our community is still upset about the Blake Solar Facility, whose developer, OPD Energy, is from Spain and purchased the Cabletown Road property with its company, Horace West Virginia LLC, which is not local. It was incorporated in Delaware and has offices in Florida. OPD Energy employs subsidiaries of foreign companies as well as out-of-state companies as contractors and sells energy to an Ohio company, AEP Energy Partners, who sells that energy to Virginia data centers, not local families. This seems to be a trend because Wild Hill LLC was also incorporated in Delaware and has offices in San Diego, California. It is owned by EDF Renewables, a subsidiary of French utility company EDF Group. None of these companies are local, let alone American. They don't care about Jefferson County. Blake Solar already has environmental violations per WVDEP. Its runoff has polluted Evetts Run Trout Stream and the Shenandoah River. Wild Hill Solar, with its 841 acres, could be an even bigger mess. When it's time to decommission solar, have they a detailed plan? Decommissioning and soil mitigation is expensive. This involves removing equipment, contaminated soil, tilling, grading, reseeding. Are we prepared for that? These solar companies affect my land rights because they hook up to the transmission lines, and the transmission line companies want to expand their lines. Right now, I am fighting PJM and its Morrow line, AKA Path 2.0. It is also for Virginia data centers, and it requires 150 to 200 feet new right-of-way easement in which there will be no wells, septic, houses, barns, or mobile homes, while landowners like me pay full taxes on land we can't use. Again, I have this in my backyard. By encouraging utility-scale solar, you are also encouraging the energy company and the federal government to exercise eminent domain and trample my land rights. Please do not encourage utility-scale solar. Support Jefferson County. We're your constituents, your neighbors, and your friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Marshall. Good evening.
Comprehensive Plan 2045. Tonight's Planning Commission's, Tuesday night's Planning Commission special meeting was intended to review Part 1 of the Comprehensive Plan draft. The meeting was at 6, but the copy of the draft only became public to the commissioners at approximately 5:50 p.m. The intent of the meeting was to review documents for completeness. More importantly, much of the text was missing. Text regarding land use and development. If I recall correctly, the reason for the missing text had to do with the formatting and not that it didn't exist. At the end of the meeting, the planner set the next meeting for review of Part 2 of the comprehensive plan for July 9th at 6 p.m. I inquired at that time about the missing text and asked if it would be updated on the website, to which the planner replied that it would be available at the next meeting, an hour before the regular meeting. Can a planning commission review both Part 1 and 2 in an hour? Would it be reasonable to add another meeting so planning commission can fully understand the document before they can vote to finalize the draft comprehensive plan? Would you vote for something you have not read? Would you approve and enact a legal document without reading? Will the Jefferson County Commission please read the proposed comprehensive plan in advance of any meeting where you are not voting on approval? Please give the public adequate time to read and comment on the proposed comprehensive plan. Please take time, as much as you need, to read and consider public comments before voting on such an important document. Please be careful that you are not rushed into poor planning. Pilot agreements. Please do not approve pilot agreements for utility scale solar. These tax dollars are very much needed by Jefferson County. Maybe some of those tax dollars could be used to develop better stormwater management structures throughout the county, which are apparently very much needed, as is in the back of the packet under administrator's report that you'll be discussing MS4 and stormwater management. We need tax dollars, and you shouldn't be playing favorites for some corporations over others. Thank you.
Doug Rockwell.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm speaking on behalf, commenting on behalf of the Wild Hill project and the application. When considering this application, you must look at the larger picture. The question is, should the county enter into a pilot agreement with any utility scale solar project? This is a policy decision which will impact the county for decades and requires serious consideration. 5 utility scale solar projects totaling approximately 2,500 acres have been approved by the Planning Commission, one of which has been constructed without a pilot agreement. Construction has not begun on the remaining 4. According to the PJM website, 5 more projects are in the queue. Options on lands are now being obtained. The Blake Farm development at the intersection of the Cabletown Road and Old Route 9 has been constructed and is operating. The developer did not request and has not received a pilot agreement. In an interview with a local reporter, the developer indicated its business model did not require a tax break to make it profitable. But a tax break, if granted to others, will be applied for. In a May 2023 presentation, Wild Hill indicated its business model would require a tax break, a pilot agreement, before it could move forward. Which solar business model do the citizens in this county want? Do the citizens want to encourage solar developers with a poor business model by offering pilot agreements, which reduce the amount of tax dollars going to the Board of Education to support schools and teachers? These developers want agreements lasting 40 years, resulting in a loss of millions of tax dollars. We have a representative form of government. A citizen from each of the 5 magisterial districts is elected by countywide vote to this commission. The issue of utility scale solar development was, quote, on the ballot, end quote, in the primary and will be, quote, on the ballot in the general election in November. In the Republican primary, a candidate from the Charlestown district who campaigned as opposing solar development was elected. He opposed solar and was elected. A candidate in the Cabletown district who supported solar was defeated. This is clearly a survey of the Republican voters. They reject solar. 3 of you have temporary appointments until the voters elect new commissioners in November. Elected commissioners, not temporary appointees, should decide policy for this county respecting utility scale solar projects. No decision, no vote on Wild Hill applications should be made until after the November general election and new commissioners are seated.
Okay, thank you. Richard Ziegler.
Good evening. My name is Richard Ziegler. Basically, the thing about Wild Hill Solar is so misrepresented. There are people out there that think that the pilot will be a one and done payment, not spread out over extra years and with paying taxes continually. You also have to look at the exponential growth we have residentially. They will require new schools costing $33 to $44 million a piece. Just imagine 7 kids per acre, 800 acres. Somebody do the math for me quick, but that's going to be rather expensive. I had a big thing prepared here, but I'm not going to go through all that right now. I'm a poor reader. Anyway, the pilot is necessary. The project out Floating Springs Road representative talked to them. They said that they were going to, but everybody wants to see what happens here with Wild Hill Solar. The big difference with Wild Hill Solar and the Blake project was that they bought their land. The rest of us are farmers. We want to leave a legacy for our kids and have an income for the rest of our lives, if possible. We are renting the ground, and therefore the clauses in there, at least in our project, is that the ground is to be left intact in a manner in which to support agriculture. That's a big thing around here. It seems to be everybody wants to tell me what I can and can't do with my land, but they have no problem with complaining about what happens to theirs. I can't blame them for that to some degree. So anyway, the pilot is necessary. We have a different structure, financial structure for the solar company. The money that we receive will stay local. My family bought a farm in '68. We built a dairy operation. We went with that until agroeconomics dictated that we get out of the milking business. Then we went to agriculture with Angus cattle and row crops. The meat market is up and down. And it's to the point with the weather having been what it is last couple of years. If you have to buy feed for livestock over the winter, you're in a hole. So in most parts, the animal aspect of our operation is going to have to go too. Then we can't afford to buy a $3 million combine and all the heads and attachments that go with it. So we have to have other people come in to plant our crops, harvest our crops, transport our crops. We can't do that for a very long in that situation because it's expensive. So we are probably needing to get out of agriculture. And if you have to, okay. So we're going to go with pilot.
All right, thank you. Natalie Stone.
Commissioners, my name is Natalie Stone, and I represent the North Central Building Trades Council, which represents 3,000 men and women. Closer to the mic? Okay, better?
Yeah.
All right, let me start again.
Okay.
Okay. I'm Natalie Stone, and I represent the North Central Building Trades Council. My organization represents 3,000 men and women that work for the construction unions in the area. Wild Hill Solar has made a commitment to use the local workforce to construct this project. I've heard people say in this audience this evening that the project down the street, Blake, did not do that. They have out-of-state workers. Wild Hill has made a commitment from day one to partner with us, partner with the men and women here in the state of West Virginia, who not only are highly skilled to build this project, but we're West Virginia residents too, and we don't want our properties tore up any more than anybody else in this room does. We love the country, we love the state, we love to have involvement in the community. Our workers work here. The apprenticeship programs train the next generation. They'll take students from the high school and give them the opportunity to stay here and work locally, make a livable wage with a health insurance, retirement plans, things for their families to not only thrive in the community, but also be involved for generations to come in this community. And out of respect for your time, there are several people sitting behind me in the audience this evening that could sit here and echo the exact same thing. They want you to vote yes to have local jobs for local workers and support the Wild Hill project. But to save time, I'll just ask all of them if they would stand up so you can see that they're here to support the project tonight instead of taking a long time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I don't know if it's Terry Seaman? Yes. Oh, there you go.
Hey, I'm Terry Seaman. I'm lived in Jefferson County for 23 years. May be young, but I've seen a lot of things change from houses being over here and not having too many jobs because there's too many people coming over here from Leesburg, Harristown, everywhere like that. So I see this as an opportunity for the solar to create more jobs, have people stay here and work and stuff like that. So other than that, not much more to go, but like I said, the solar aspect of it, I've done solar before down in DC. It's not no noise, nothing like that. It's plain and simple. It's not hard. Maintenance is a little up there, but not too hard. It's just I got somebody there to check up on the panels, stuff like that. It's pretty easy to put together. I've done it, so. Other than that, like I said, jobs are good. But like I said, I'm only 23 years old. I don't have much to say, and I'm not knowledgeable, but I don't know the money aspect of it, anything like that. But I'm for the solar, trying to get it more jobs and everything like this, because there's too many houses and stuff being built. I just like to see the community get bigger with jobs and stuff around here. So, thank you.
Thank you. I put Devin, it says Carpenters. There we go.
Hello,
Good
I'm one
evening.
of the construction workers that live in the county. I'm not some corporate suit from California or France. I'm an American, I'm a county member, and I support this project. It means more jobs. People can actually afford all the hundreds of thousands of dollars homes being built. It's good for the county, it's good for us, and it's not only temporary jobs. It provides jobs for maintenance workers, high-paying jobs, not some people that live in DC and come here and drive up property prices, but people that live here, work here, and have a right to own homes here. And this job will help that happen.
Thank you.
Could I ask for the name,
Uh,
last speaker?
All I got was Devin, and what's your last name?
I didn't-
Smithmeyer.
Thanks.
Yeah, we need that for our records too. That's a good point.
Thank you.
Amanda Stroud.
Okay. You have a lot on the agenda that I'd like to talk about, so I'll just get started. I'm here to speak out against a pilot agreement and lease with Wild Hills Solar, aka EDF Renewables, a 1.8 billion euro company. We have it ass backwards when it comes to pilot agreements. They should not be for companies like Rockwool and EDF, but for businesses similar to Devil's Due Distillery and Shenandoah Planing. Businesses.
Please hold your applause. You're cutting into her time.
And I speak pretty fast, but still I need my time. Businesses who just need a bit of assistance their first couple of years. And a very hard no on a 39-year-long pilot agreement. Okay, next, Parks and Rec. I'm happy to see that y'all found money to restore funding for the fireworks and Parks and Rec scholarships, among other things. So please approve Ms. Nelson's FY25 budget revision. All right, regarding the county administrator's report. Appointment policy. From an applicant point of view, please clarify if interested parties need to fill out an application. I believe in the last round, we were asked to submit a letter and/or resume. However, I noticed the candidate for the Historic Landmarks Commission filled out an application, so I'm a wee bit confused. ARPA. All right, during the last 9-ish months, I have been confused about county-funded ARPA requests, as the submission portal, I believe, closed in 2022. Happy, but confused, as didn't know if the first couple of approved requests were one-offs and how much was left. Ended up telling local organizations just to submit a request, excuse me, and happily it worked out. Regarding how much is left, the agenda packet says around $30,000. Is this before or after the $14,000 ARPA request for an AC system in the storage bay at ESA headquarters? I don't know, I'm confused. For ARPA 2.0, y'all don't need to reinvent the wheel. Just dust off the old website pages, update some dates, and make sure you're clear as to how big the pot is. And I'll be standing by telling organizations to apply. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bob Aitchison.
I wasn't going to, but I'll say a word about the stunt that these union people are pulling here. They did the same thing at a hearing, Public Service Commission hearing over in the courthouse. They bring these people in here, and I venture to say that less than a handful of them have Jefferson County, West Virginia addresses on their driver's licenses. So that's what they do. And the second thing I would say about it is that the last one of these outfits that came in and testified about jobs testified that after the construction, it takes two people. I think it was Blake down here, said it takes two people to mine the property. So all this business about employment is just a smokescreen. Now, I filed and sent you all earlier a motion to disqualify Mr. Stolper from participation in this. And I'm going to expand that motion a little bit because based on the West Virginia Constitution, Mr. Stolper is sitting illegally and he should resign. I'm going to read you a few words from Article 9, Section 10 of the West Virginia Constitution, which is entitled Terms of Office of County Commissioner. And you can look at it for yourself, but I will emphasize the part that says, quote, "But no two of said commissioners shall be elected from the same magisterial district," unquote. Mr. Stolper lives in the Charlestown magisterial district, not the Cabletown district. He lived in the Charlestown district when he made application to run for office, and when he was seated as a commissioner. He is seated illegally and he should resign. The other thing that I would say is about this pilot agreement, which I urge you to reject, is these solar companies, they're coming to you all and they in fact want to triple dip. They're getting federal tax credits, our money. They're getting federal subsidies, our money. And now they want to come here to Jefferson County and pay about 40% of the taxes that they should be paying. Again, our money. This puts an additional burden on the taxpayers of this county by them not paying their fair share or being obligated to pay their fair share. Aside from the abhorrent idea of the county government picking winners and losers in a commercial enterprise, it's stealing from the citizens of this county to give them a pilot agreement and to have them not pay their fair share if they're going to do business in this county. And I urge you to reject their pilot agreement.
Thank
And
you.
reject their little stunt that they played here today with people from.
Okay, your
all
public
over.
comment is done.
Okay.
Heidi Parker. Heidi Parker. I'm Heidi Parker. Thank you for nominating me to be on the Charlestown Utility Board, but tonight I speak for myself. I did notice that Mr. Upson joined us last night as the commission ratepayer liaison. There was some confusion at some point when he was trying to vote, but we sorted it out. But I appreciate him coming, having some interest in supporting ratepayers. I'm against tax breaks for solar. I'm against the solar farms that are being built across from my neighborhood in the urban growth boundaries. We talk about comp plans, and I'm wondering if solar plans were part of the last comp plan. I'm pretty sure they weren't. Houses were slated to go in that location, and as a result, our property values will be hit. And I don't know if that was on purpose, but that's conspiracy theories at this point. But could the county commission please ensure that there is protections for that land, for stormwater, for wildlife, for reclaiming that land? Because so often, kind of like builders do, they come, they build, they go, they're gone, and then the taxpayers are left holding the bag. So my last comment would be, because I served on Charlestown Utility Board and the previous commissioner that was the customer or the ratepayer liaison, during the time that she was supposedly not doing her duty, she sat next to me every meeting or online doing her responsibilities at the Charlestown Utility Board when supposedly she was not. So I want to make the commission aware of that. And that's what I have to say today. Thank you. Thank you. Chrissy Weimer. Chrissy Weimer?
Commissioner Tab, would it be okay if we switch spots because he needs to leave?
Okay, I assume he's on my second sheet because I only have, huh?
I'm on the list, but way back.
Oh, yes, you're on the back page. Okay,
Thank
that'll
you.
be fine.
No, first of all, thank you, Chrissy, for agreeing to do this, and thank you, members of the commission, for allowing the switch. I do appreciate it. Now, I'm John Doyle. I live in Shepherdstown, and I think pilot programs, payment in lieu of taxes, is generally speaking a bad idea. It just doesn't work for the economy. When Rockwell came in 6 years ago, one of my big objections was that we were giving Rockwell a pilot program. They were going to create, I think they ended up with something like 130 jobs, full-time jobs. I was in the legislature when we passed the statute creating the pilot program. And at the time, we all understood that the purpose was to reward a company that would bring a large number of permanent jobs, paying decent wages, not construction jobs. I'm not opposed to construction jobs, and incidentally, I commend Wild Hill for their agreement that if they come, that they will hire union labor and hire local labor. Unlike other utility scale solar here, and unlike Rockwell. But at any rate, I think even that 130 jobs at Rockwell was nowhere near enough. I did support a pilot program for the Nucor steel mill in Mason County. They guaranteed the state of West Virginia a minimum of 600 jobs, averaging $60,000 a year. Now, to me, that made financial sense for the state and for Mason County. But this doesn't. So I urge you to reject it. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. David Tab?
David Tab, lifelong resident taxpayer, makes the following comments. The agenda seems to be stacked with problems that cost a lot of money that the county doesn't have. The impact fee was all but eliminated to subsidize builders that paid for Stolliver's campaign. Public knows why Stolliver does what he does. The question is why Jane Tab is sold out the county with Stolliver. Could it be an additional solar project with a pilot program on its way? Remember, Jane Tab did the first pilot program in secret with Rockwell years ago, where the public had no say. Agenda 11, the Wild Hill Solar. The agenda is incomplete. Where's the Board of Education agreement? Oh, we're really quiet now. The agreement only funds fire EMS funding program. So how many fire stations and equipment does the county own? None. That means the volunteer fire companies once again subsidize the county on another county emergency service requirement you're supposed to provide. Keep in mind, no one has been trained to handle solar and/or fire field fires in the emergency event. The open meeting portion, yes, there was meetings held. No support to approve such a pilot program. Only place for this to be approved is with the Jefferson County voters that could be put on the ballot. Why not? We got an election coming and you have time. Now the county commission consists of more appointed county commissioners than elected. I believe this agenda should be delayed until we have the proper elected officials in place instead of Stolliver's sidekicks. Remember, Cook has not met the 60-day requirement to be a Mountain Party member at the time of appointment. That's right. The state does not have a judicial body to protect the taxpayers or the victims of negligence, fraudulent or fraud type procedures. The judicial system only protects fraud activity of the government. This agenda is 319 pages. 48 of it is with the administrator. These documents, one, which I got to cut short, fire service study, $40,000. Why don't you give it to the fire companies instead of doing that? I applied for 3 applications on the appointment board. Do you think I'm going to get it? LOL. Y'all have a nice day.
Thank you. Colin Stein?
I'm coming, Jason. Fast as I can. Good evening. Am my microphone?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I've heard a rumor. It's just a rumor at this point. I have no evidence that one solar farm is planning to host a training site for Hamas fighters. Think Gaza. The housing provided would be simply put your cots up underneath the solar panel. You won't be detected by drones. What about the training part? Well, you just put a rifle range underneath the solar panels. It's again completely protected from drones. The Hamas fighters would be entirely secretive. But, you know, it's just a rumor that I've heard.
Thank you. Chrissy Weimer?
Good evening, Commission. My name is Christine Weimer, and I represent Jefferson County Foundation. The first thing that I would like to speak on this evening is the bylaws change for the Planning Commission. So on this, oh, heck. 1 moment, please. Okay. So on this page, the second page, right before Article 3, in the last paragraph, the first line, it states the committee meetings are open to the public. However, there will be no public comment. We cannot understand why it is necessary to say there will be no public comment. Public comment is not required in any public meeting, and it is up to the president or the body to decide if public comment is necessary. These bylaws will apply to many commissions to come, and we simply do not see why it is necessary to outlaw public comment when one could see many instances where public comment would be helpful. Moving on to the pilot, Jefferson County Foundation urges you to vote no when the vote comes up for the pilot on the solar. The purpose of pilots is to draw companies into the community that will improve the health, safety, and welfare of the community. This project is already here, and the other solar facilities have also already decided to locate here, and they threaten the health, safety, and welfare of the community, or could do so, and therefore there's no reason to provide them with a pilot. These utility scale solar facilities will not provide enough high quality jobs to justify the reduction in tax revenue. I appreciate the gentlemen that have come this evening, and we support them in seeking jobs. However, I would venture to guess that if Wild Hills Solar paid the taxes that would be due without the pilot program, the county could probably pay each one of the gentlemen that showed up this evening twice their yearly salary for the time that they would be employed by Wild Hills Solar. This is a 39-year agreement that they are asking us to trade for 1 to 2 years of employment. What about the jobs, if we look at this on the equity, what about the jobs that tax money, that tax revenue could support? What about the jobs of our county employees? They deserve a raise. What about the staff that supports the county commission? We could have more of them. We could have a paid fire service. We could have other upgrades to parks and rec. We could have a pool that many people want. I could go on and on about the things that we could have. On the equities, supporting a few temporary jobs on the equities does not negate the rest that we would have if they paid their taxes. The utility scale solar farms do not protect farmland. I am a large animal veterinarian. I am a 14th generation Jefferson County resident, and I think that we should protect the farms. No soil, no farms.
Thank you. Natalie Friend.
Good evening. I am Natalie Grantham Friend, a lifelong resident, farmer, and solar consultant. And I do not think it is in Jefferson County's best interest to consider the pilot program. While I love solar on roofs and parking lots, we cannot eat electrons. My family has been farming in this county since its inception, and I know firsthand that there is not money in farming. Seriously, I know that. Which is why I have a day job in the solar industry. And I appreciate local workers and apprenticeships because that keeps money local in our community, which our county desperately needs. This is tax money, not an impact fee that we are asking for. So this money could be going towards parks, county employees, salaries, parks, libraries, schools, and much, much needed emergency services. So I encourage the commission to vote no on the pilot program. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the folks that I have that have signed up for public comment. So we will close that. Yeah. Pardon? Oh, yes, I forgot to check online. I didn't hear you, Sarita.
No one signed up.
Okay. Excuse me. I can't hear our staff telling me if anyone has signed up online. And you said no, is that correct? Okay. We'll move forward with this evening's agenda.
I signed up, maybe I got the wrong sheet.
Oh. I don't think I.
The one was public comment was full, so I thought the other page was a continuation.
Okay, is it, you got that? Okay, please come forward and make your public comment.
Just an upstate, did you want to rename on this one as well?
No, I just, thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Hi, my name is Jack Heffestay. I live in Charlestown, West Virginia. I'm commenting regarding item number 11, Wild Hills Solar. As you probably know, or are very aware of, 3 of the 5 members are appointed, not elected. This is an oddity in any county commission to have that many people appointed, not elected. Request that any vote regarding Wild Hill pilot agreement be delayed until such a time when all the commissioners are duly elected. That's only a couple of months. This is dragged on for quite a while. I don't think it'll impact anything, but it would be nice to have a full comprehensive review by the commissioners that are duly elected. Some of you may be those duly elected people, so that anything that you're learning now is good. The tax breaks associated with the pilot agreements help the developer, but place an extra burden on county taxpayers. A vote for the pilot agreement is in actuality a tax increase. Common sense would dictate to have this reviewed by duly elected commissioners, as this is a serious action with long-term consequences. People that have interest in farming should know or should realize that when the solar facilities go in, reversing it back to agriculture is probably never going to happen. I would challenge you to go and look at Blake Hill, which is fully operational, and see, imagine what would happen. How would that be returned without the topsoil, with all the concrete emplacements? It's massive, massive cost to try to get it back to being agriculture. Second thing I wasn't planning on talking about was impact fees. One of the reasons we're in a financial pickle here in this county is because impact fees have been reduced to practically nothing. It's a travesty because the people that are coming into the county are getting a good deal, while the people that live here are paying through the nose because the impact fees have been lowered so drastically beyond anything that would have been predicted. The third thing, I'm on the Planning Commission, and I'd like to comment briefly about the bylaws. I was surprised. I thought many of the comments were included and forwarded. So that's basically, take another look at that.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm. All right. I'm going to close public comment and move on to our meeting agenda. We have a long night ahead of us, I do believe. Sheriff Hanson, I have you up, number one.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening, Sheriff.
Yeah.
The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office has identified another candidate eligible to fill.
Excuse me, Sheriff. I need quiet, please, in this room. Those that are exiting, please cease talking and move out into the hallway, please. Okay, let's start over.
Yes, ma'am. Again, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office has identified another candidate eligible to fill one of our deputy vacancies. I'm therefore requesting approval to hire Talon Morris, effective 1 July, on or about on or after 1 July, with a starting salary of $53,550. He would be hired as an uncertified deputy. He would need to attend the West Virginia State Police Academy. The next one starts in August, so we want to try to get him in his final steps to be completed, so he's eligible to enter into that academy class.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I move to approve the hire of Talon Morris as an uncertified deputy beginning July 1, 24, with a starting salary of $53,550.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second on the floor. Do we have any questions or discussion?
I'll just make a quick comment.
Sure.
Congratulations. This is difficult for hiring for your department for some trends that are going on nationwide.
Yes.
You've worked hard to get where we are. It's unfortunate those trends are taking place, but I'm happy to see the success and it's good for our county. Thank you.
We're diligently trying to hire deputies.
Yes.
Everyone clear on the motion to be voted on? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
First, I'm also happy to report that we have been awarded $31,000 from the court security grant to continue our efforts of placing x-ray machines at the entrance of all our courthouses. I'm therefore requesting approval to accept this award from the commission to authorize the president to sign its associated documents.
So moved.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. And the full motion is to accept the award of $31,000 from the court security grant. Okay. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Lastly, Job Corps requested we present the renewal of our law enforcement agreement at tonight's meeting. However, we received notice today from them that the agreement had not been completed and all necessary reviews on their end. Therefore, we are requesting that they remove that item from the agenda tonight and bring it back on the next meeting. Hopefully, we'll have all the completed notices done by then.
Okay, that sounds good.
Madam Commissioner, can you sign, or we need to have President Stolifer sign when he's back available?
Sign what?
The grant. There's,
The court security grant?
Yes.
Yes. I believe I could sign as vice president. Okay. Yeah.
How many vacancies do we have now?
To this one, we have two more.
Two more?
Yes.
These papers are sticking.
After you get through signing, we're gonna hit 7:00.
Yeah, oh, thank you.
There you go.
And what is today's date? Okay, all right, yeah. All right. I've been reminded that we are approaching 7 o'clock, which is the time listed for the public hearing, which we need to proceed to do. So do you want to come forward and explain the situation or what's being proposed?
Thank you, Commissioners. A number of months ago, it was brought to the Planning Commission's attention that the language in the subdivision regulations related to processing waivers called for a public meeting, but didn't specify a public hearing, although the Planning Commission had been holding public hearings for a long time. So at that time, they made a policy decision to follow what the regulation said, discontinue hearings, but only have them in a public meeting, and to initiate a text amendment to ensure that a public hearing would be held for all waivers. So until April 9th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on the proposed text amendment for the subdivision regulations that's in your packet, and unanimously recommended it to the County Commission. And the County Commission is required to hold a public hearing, which you're doing today, and take action after you've received public comment and determined that this is an accurate revision. So the section of the subdivision regulations is Division 24.300. It discusses the waiver process. Waivers are when a project can't meet certain standards of the subdivision regulations that staff doesn't have administrative authority to amend. They can go to the Planning Commission and ask for a waiver, provided it meets certain criteria that are listed in the regulations. And the revision is to subsection C, changing it from a public meeting to a public hearing, and then subsection D, adding a new subsection D. On the date of the scheduled public hearing, the Planning Commission shall conduct a public hearing to receive public comments, concerns, and inputs on the proposed waiver to the subdivision regulations. The scope of the public hearing will be limited to whether the application meets the criteria to modify the requirements of these regulations and may be approved with conditions. And it sort of fits into the rest of that process. So I'd be glad to answer any questions or step aside so you can take public comment.
And I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. This is putting it in our regs that it's a public hearing, not just a public meeting. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, yeah. So, I mean, probably because everywhere I've ever worked, waivers were public hearings when I got here. And I think that maybe historically they had used the public hearing process. We just processed it that way. And somebody pointed out that it wasn't worded that way. When we looked into the state law, it didn't require public hearing, but said we could write into our regulations the process we wanted to use. So the Planning Commission said, yes, we would like to go back to holding it as a public hearing, but let's write it into the regulations so that it will be a public hearing. The notice is, sign is posted, neighbors are notified, and it will be open for public comment, and the Planning Commission will take that into consideration.
So this is just solidifying your process and making it more codified.
Correct. Because the Planning Commission said, oh, we shouldn't be doing that. So they stopped holding the hearings for about 4 months while they were processing this. And now they are trying to move ahead to get it written into the regulations to say that they will be holding public hearings.
Anyone else have questions of Jenny? And then after ask your questions, we'll do the public hearing.
Thanks. Yeah, I just have a few questions. You actually covered all of it with your overview, so thanks for being so thorough. But I think it would help to just go over them again really quickly. Could you explain what is the difference between a public meeting and a public hearing, please?
So the process that we've been using in the last few months is people are notified that it's on our agenda, but we don't take any public comments on that unless they send in a comment more than a week ahead of time to put it in our packet. There's not an opportunity for them to provide comments. A lot of waivers are technical, for an engineering reason, but there's also a number of them that relate to the width of an access easement. And often neighbors have comments on those. When the width of an access easement is being modified, it's beneficial, or an additional, we have a rule that only 5 lots can constitute a minor subdivision, and occasionally somebody would like to do a 6th lot. They really can't do any more than that. They can only do a 6th lot, and it requires a waiver to allow that. But neighbors may have comments on that, and right now we aren't able to take those comments. So this will be open and people will be able to make comments at the public hearing the Planning Commission holds.
Thanks. I think you just answered it, but I'm going to ask it
Okay.
again because I think it's clarifying. Waiver applications are already permitted. This adds a public hearing requirement. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's a process we already have. They already apply for them. They already go to the Planning Commission, but it's making a public hearing where the public can speak.
Will this change how county business is performed?
Only that at a Planning Commission meeting, the public can speak.
Excellent. And will this decrease the opportunity for public input in some way?
No, it increases the
It
opportunity for
increases it.
public input, yes.
Thank you.
I think one of our constituents during the public comments actually made that point, Christine, when she said we need a voice, really. And so thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Okay.
Do you want me to step down?
Yes, if you would step aside, and we have a new list of folks that want to make comments. Okay. Jacqueline Milliron? Pardon?
It's Miller, no,
Milliron.
I'm Jacqueline Milliron. I am a Jefferson County resident. The story about this waiver, public hearing for waivers kind of started back in the fall when in one of the committees that the Planning Commission derived had a contractor who came forward with a letter making this recommendation and interpretation. So I'm started to research the interpretation of what constitutes a public hearing for a waiver versus a variance. And I really believe that in the history of the planning department, having public hearings for waivers on subdivision regulations was proper etiquette, was proper. And it's a matter of how you interpret what is written. So upon this recommendation from a private contractor, they decided that we're going to interpret this in a certain way that says, well, we don't have to have any hearings. But then we subsequently wrote in some notes and letters and made some, I guess, balked a little about that. And they ended up, saying, okay, well, we're going to rewrite that. So members of the public have been following this pretty closely. I am happy to say that I support this. So, whether, splitting hairs on whether they should have done it or, shouldn't have done it, I support what the movement now to interpret the ordinances in this way to provide public hearings for subdivision waivers. The reason being is when you put in a concept plan for a subdivision, I did not want to find out, you put in a concept plan and then they come back later, change it, and the public had no voice. And that's what was kind of being teed up last fall. So I'm happy to say that I support this change, whatever you want to call it. We won't talk about, how that it got derived, but I do support how the Planning Commission and the Planning Department has, decided to do this because they could have done it the other way. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Marshall?
I sent in a written public comment. It is in the packet on page 281.
First, I want to say that I do fully support public hearings as part of the process when considering waivers of the Jefferson County subdivision and land development regulations. And I'm glad to see a return of that once common practice. My comments on the language was that in A, under what's in your packet, I support the current language. B, which is under application, I suggest for consideration, please note the number of days required to submit an application before a scheduled public or planning commission meeting. C, public notice, please include a requirement for a 14-day notice to be published in the newspaper before the scheduled public hearing, in addition to notifying the adjacent neighbors and posting the property. The reason I give is that requested waivers at times are of such large significance. For example, waivers of site plans or road design and engineering, that's such that they have the potential to affect the greater community, and that community should have adequate notice of the waiver of the regulations prior to the comment period. D, public hearing, I support the proposed language. E, action, please consider the 30-day decision-making process to begin not before the property is publicly posted with the announcement of the requested waiver. F, conditions of approval, I support the current language. G, recording waivers on plats or plans, and I support that language as well. Thank you.
Amanda Stroud?
Goodness. Amanda Stroud, and I'm here basically just to talk about public hearings in general. I am here to ask the powers that be to include a provision in the land development regulations to hold a public hearing whenever a variance is requested. I do understand the frustration of holding a public hearing and no one shows up to speak or submit comments. Then after the fact, hearing people complain that they didn't know it was a setup, etc. Nonetheless, holding a public hearing when, say, a property owner wants to change the setback to within 2 feet of the next house is a hallmark of an open, transparent government, and it gives the neighbors and other concerned citizens the opportunity to go, oh, heck no. Plus, those powers that be might learn a thing or two. And Mr. Cook, Commissioner Cook, if you could move your microphone closer to you so we could actually hear you, because we couldn't when you said something.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a little cumbersome. They say that the folks that are listening online can hear us better with these, and it's a better recording, but it's a little cumbersome.
I remember my clarifications. Do you want me to repeat those or? Okay.
Colin Stein.
Oh, I am the current chair of the Jefferson County Water Advisory Committee. I apologize for not having had a meeting this month, but I spent 5 days on my back on IV fluids at the end of May and beginning of June. I wanted to start with a very simple statement. Our aquifer, where most of our drinking water comes, or a lot of our drinking water comes from, is polluted with sewage. One way you can identify that is if you look at the water coming out of the wells in Jefferson County, it has more fecal coliform bacteria than the water coming out of the taps in Baltimore City. I'll repeat that. Baltimore City has cleaner water than what comes out of the wells in Jefferson. Most of the wells, many of the wells in Jefferson County. Many of the wells have more fecal coliform bacteria than what comes out of tap in Baltimore City. I'm going to ask that the Water Advisory Committee get some administrative support. It has no support. And I would like to have the Water Advisory Committee invited, like the Sheriff's Office, to present at county commission meetings. One of the things that's high on my list of agenda items for the Water Advisory Committee is to start preparing for drought. Loudoun County and several Northern Virginia counties are already starting to prepare. We're behind. We need to prepare for what we do in an event of a drought. Last year, we had a severe drought. This year, the water shortage is already ahead of where we were last year. The 3 seasonal springs on my property never produced any water this winter. They always have in the past. When I cross my stream is running like it's early September. It's not running very much. I'll have more data at the next county commission meeting. The drought. Yeah, I'm very grateful for last night's rain, and I'm grateful that we'll get more rain, but it hasn't, that rain and the winter's rain from March through the early April, where we got almost 2 feet of rain, did almost nothing for the groundwater. We are potentially facing a severe drought. We have no plans. We're not prepared.
Thank you.
Sorry. Can somebody move my chair back a little bit for me, please, so I can get up from the table? Whoever you are.
I have no one else signed up for the public hearing. Is that correct? Everybody has spoken that is signed up. Is it online? Oh, you're right. Yeah, come on forward.
I apologize.
That's okay.
My name is Christine Weimer. I represent Jefferson County Foundation. First, I want to clarify my public comment during the public comment section. That public comment was not on this bylaw change. That public comment was on the other bylaw change that's included in the packet, on the committees. So they're saying that committees will not have public comment. And you maybe totally understood that. I just want to clarify in case someone didn't. Here, we understand that they're going to have more public involvement than they have for the last several months, similar to the amount of public comment that they used to have, or public participation, I should say. The foundation supports this, and we urge you to pass this. The other issue that I wanted to address is the notice. And so we would request that you include a requirement for a Class 2 public notice in the newspaper before each of the hearings. We also wanted to comment on the staff presentation this evening before the public hearing started. Here, it was said that a lot of the things are technical and that the public could really just comment on changes and setbacks and things like that. However, I would say there are a lot of very highly educated and highly skilled people in Jefferson County, and those people certainly could offer comment in areas of their expertise. Also, multiple organizations such as the foundation have experts on retainer. The foundation retains attorneys and engineers and other types of experts, karst hydrogeologists, for example, that we have on retainer and routinely have them evaluate these applications before we give our public comment, and so that our comment is well informed, both written and in the hearing. And so I would say, although it may seem like some of these things are technical and complicated, the public in Jefferson County can certainly handle that information and can seek expertise when necessary and turn to an organization that also does the same when they need to. So I encourage you to add more public notice, Class 2 public notice, and pass this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Last call, anyone that, we'll see if we have someone online or anyone else to make a comment for this public hearing. Let me see if Sarita has found anyone online first. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Heffestay.
Thank you very much, Jane. I just wanted to make a comment about the Planning Commission bylaws update. I urge you to look at them very carefully. I think that the changes that have been put forward are excellent, and they really do offer more transparency on Planning Commission stuff that has been going on. It's definitely an asset. It's better than it was before. The public comments, particularly on waivers, is a big deal, in my opinion. As you probably know from sitting here for months, years. Jane, what are you on, like the 18th year now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. One thing I learned when I was in the Navy and when I worked in aerospace is getting public comments always helped because it made me look at stuff again in a more careful manner. And there are a lot of people that will bring up information that is very important, especially on waiver requests. Sometimes somebody from a homeowners association has an insight that no one else does. So please take a hard look at that. But I urge approval and add those page numbers and the dates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Pardon. I believe that's all the citizens that want to comment. Staff want to do some follow-up.
I just want to clarify that there's two different planning commission items that are on your agenda
Yes.
today.
Yeah.
This is a public hearing for an amendment to the subdivision regulations, which is a legally binding document that's adopted by the county commission, and that's why it requires you to hold a public hearing on the amendment to the subdivision regulations. The comment related about public hearings for variances, there are public hearings for variances. They go to the Board of Zoning Appeals, and they are in the zoning ordinance, and the zoning ordinance already includes the requirements for public hearings on variances. So those are two separate regulations that the Planning Commission uses, and this is to make the waivers basically at the same process as the variances. There is also on the agenda today an amendment to the bylaws, which is basically the rules of procedure for the Planning Commission's activities, which does not require a public hearing, but does require county commission approval of what's been recommended. So what we're doing right now is looking at an amendment to the subdivision regulations related to waivers.
Thank you for that clarification, because it does get a little confusing. And I'm sure our legal counsel has some comments.
Not about this in particular, but I believe that Ms. Brockman has another matter on the agenda. And I think that she made me aware earlier in the day, it's a matter of old business regarding the amendment of the bylaws to the Planning Commission.
Right.
She made me aware earlier in the day that she has a kind of a personal family issue, and she wondered if the
Yes, we
commission
can
could
move-
move that up and deal with it while she's here. That's all.
Well, we've had the public hearing. We don't have anything on the agenda that says we're gonna vote on this as a result of the public hearing. So,
And I think that's implied, but if you don't feel comfortable with it, then
that's what I wanted to hear from my fellow
Then-
commissioners. Do you feel comfortable voting on this now, or would you?
Sounds unanimous to me. I mean, I think every single comment we heard was in support.
Yes, but my concern is that there's no agenda item listing that there
Oh,
will
I see
be a
your point.
vote.
Uh-huh.
It's a technicality, but
Uh-huh.
to some people, it's a very important technicality that
Right.
the public was not adequately noticed that there would be a vote on this public hearing. I mean, we sort of know it usually happens.
So you're saying we need notice about our public hearing about public hearings? Is that what you're saying?
No, we have the notice about the public hearing, But we don't have the notice that
O-
we're gonna
Often on
vote
the,
on
That's just a
often on the
joke. We're having
agenda
fun up here.
request that says that you're going to take
You're
action
not having
or
fun, but I'm
possibly
having a
take
good
action.
time.
I know.
Enjoy your evening.
Okay.
It's up to you, I think, whether you want to
Yeah,
take
so
action or not.
if you want to, yeah, I mean, you could always set this, a vote on it for the next meeting if that's what you're comfortable with.
That is what I'm comfortable with. I'm really kind of
If you
technical on some of this stuff.
if you caught a mistake and you feel comfortable, put on the next one. It's not that big.
Yeah, I don't think there's
that
an
way,
issue with the
It's done.
agenda item.
That way it's
Yeah.
done correctly.
Yeah.
And there's no issues.
There's no
You
question.
already know it's gonna be.
Everybody
nasty.
okay with that?
So are you,
wanna follow the
are you
rules.
closing the public hearing
Yes.
today and then voting at the next meeting?
Right.
Okay.
So I'll officially close the public
Okay.
hearing. We've had numerous discussions. We'll vote on this at our next meeting. All right, now you had an item at the very end of the agenda before the county administrator report under old business. And this is about the proposed revisions to the bylaws of the Jefferson County Planning Commission, which we had heard a lot during public comment.
So a number of, more than 6 months ago, probably in the fall, we had a number of members of the public that were concerned that there were committees being held that were not open to the public, which the Planning Commission believed did not have to be open to the public. However, and then in January and February, we ended up having to cancel 3 meetings due to weather. And the staff and commissioners were frustrated because they could have been held remotely if we had that authority in our bylaws, but we did not have that authority in our bylaws. So this amendment ended up morphing both those things and a little bit of cleanup of some other minor wording issues to add that committees, to make it clear that a committee is not a quorum of the Planning Commission. A committee can't be consist of a quorum of the Planning Commission, and explains that committee meetings will be posted just like all other open meetings are posted, and that they will be open to the public. There's a number of things. I can go through each one of them if you want, but the 2 biggest things are that the committee meetings will now be posted, have minutes or at least notes. They won't be minutes because it's not a quorum, but we'll have notes and they're open to the public. And then we added that on occasion, the Planning Commission president may call a regular meeting or a special meeting to be a video conference only, in which case the applicants and members of the public can attend via video conference. So at some point after COVID, during COVID, everything was all digital, even though it was not in our bylaws because it was an unusual circumstance. As people started coming back and working and meeting in person, the rules, not the bylaws, but sort of the policy of the Planning Commission came that members of the Planning Commission could attend remotely, but members of the public, they could listen remotely, but they couldn't participate remotely, and applicants couldn't participate remotely. And this was an effort to allow, in circumstances where it might not be safe for people to travel, or there might be some other circumstance, that they would be able to participate remotely. And essentially that's what all those. And then we also clarified that the Planning Commission members are to have 2 hours of training, and it was worded that it would be a 2-hour training session. And right now we're doing 30-minute sessions over a number of meetings in order to fit it in. So we just changed it from a 2-hour training session to 2 hours of training, so that was clearer and gave us more flexibility on teaching more things to the new Planning Commission members. I'd
Okay.
be glad to answer any other questions you have.
I do have a question. I can't find it at the moment. I've got too many papers. 2.4, I believe, states that there's no public comment at committee meetings.
Yeah,
But there is public comment at Planning Commission meetings, correct?
If it's a public hearing.
Only if it's a public
Only if it's a public hearing.
hearing. Yeah. I have a problem with that, but I'd like to hear what the other commissioners feel about that. How about these proposed revisions?
What was the vote at the Planning Commission? Could you report on that, please?
I was not at the last meeting. Was this at the last meeting?
I
Yeah,
didn't
it
even know
was.
what that was.
It was,
Well, let me ask differently. Were there any nay votes?
I do not believe so. I believe it was unanimous to forward it to you.
Okay.
And the idea that, I mean, we will, our official version of this does have a date on it, and it, all the underlining, all the track changes goes off and the pages will be numbered. So we understood those comments, and that's how it is. The official version is like that.
If you have objections, Madam President, I don't see why we have to push this forward today. It's not urgent. Why don't we take some time to work that out? Whatever objections you may have. I think we heard from one planning commissioner tonight who said this was really solid. And if we haven't heard any nay votes or concerns from the planning commission, then I'd be inclined to support it. But I want to give everything due consideration, and I'd like to hear what your thoughts are.
Well, my concern with what we have before us is that there's no public comment allowed for committee meetings. Now, I know committees can't take official action. They more or less make recommendations, but that does carry weight in just a matter of, of the standing committees. And I'm for allowing the public to comment, in an organized fashion on every issue that comes up, especially with planning and zoning.
And I think the planning commission's, and you're welcome to make that edit if you'd like, but I think the planning commission's theory is there's not a quorum of the planning commission there to hear that public comment. The planning commission is discussing the agenda item between themselves, and if they have an outside consultant who they think is an expert come in and speak to them, then they recommend it to the planning commission, and at that point, the public comment would be heard by everybody on the planning commission. It would be part of a regular public. We don't even do official minutes, we do notes. I guess it does say minutes, recordings and minutes, but they're not the same as a minutes where
Right.
there's votes, because there
Right.
won't be any votes at a committee meeting. There will be recommendations, but not actual motions.
Well, I'd like to hear from others. I still have an issue with it. It's just my personal perspective. on
Community work
things.
is where you roll up your sleeves and get the work done, right?
Mhm.
So you're nugging it out, you're trying to figure out what's the best processes.
Mhm.
And if they want to be a part of that process, they have an opportunity to do that. Once the committee presents it to the commission, and the commission hears the public, and then they can hear what those results were the night. I think the committee may be getting into the weeds quite a bit and for that kind of reaction or action. However, I think that to Ms. Weimer's point earlier, and again, about the spirit of transparency, not necessarily that comment for that bylaws or whatever. We are in a position as a commission to make sure that we're absolutely transparent so that we can rebuild the trust. So everything that I would go would be supporting the opportunity for the public to come in and have that opportunity. Having them involved some way needs to be solved, right? There needs to be a solution there. But I don't think they need to be in the nug work of the committees. All right. So I don't think I would bring them into a committee, but I definitely would hear them when the commission is having a hearing.
It's up to you all.
Yeah, I don't
Any more
really-
discussion, and you can make a motion any way, however you feel.
I don't really have a dog in this fight. I'll vote if there's a motion made as required, but I think the point that was just made kind of makes sense. I think the purpose of these committees is so you can have a drafting body to come up with the first draft that then comes to the planning commission, and then the planning commission can look at it. I wouldn't mind holding off on a vote on either, especially if we want to get an answer on what the vote was at the planning commission level. But again, if there's a motion, I'll follow regular order.
Are there any motions from my fellow commissioners?
All right, I'll move to request information from staff to report back on what the planning commission vote was and provide any notes or comments.
Okay, I'll second that. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right,
for-
thank you, and I'm
thank you for
sorry
moving
we
that ahead.
spent a long night for you with company at home.
Thank you.
Let's see. Well, I've lost the first page of my agenda. Too many papers.
We never got to Bessie on behalf of Nikki, the second agenda item.
Right, well, I was trying to get Jenny done with her 2 agenda items because she had company at home. So I am now moving on to presentation number 2, which was scheduled for 6:25, and we are now at 7:35.
We're on a roll.
Yes, all right.
And Nikki's at training, county clerk training today. And she just asked me, she had submitted the agenda request to have the bank securing bonding approved by you commissioners at the recommendation from the tax office, from the sheriff's tax office.
And this is done every year.
This is done annually every
Yeah.
year, and she will obtain signatures and all the paperwork when she returns to the office.
Yeah, I recommend to approve the depository bonds for fiscal year 24 to 25 as presented.
Second.
The motion's on.
Yes.
Yes. Motion's on the floor. You have any questions or discussion? All those in favor of approval of depository bonds for fiscal year 2024 to 2025, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you. Historic landmarks, agenda item number 4. Pardon? Oh, you're right. I skipped one. See, I'm trying to move things along. I'm just so sorry. Rebecca Hall.
Hi, good evening, commissioners.
Good evening.
I'm Rebecca Hall. I'm the coordinator of the Victim Assistance Program in the Jefferson County Prosecuting Attorney's Office. And I'm here this evening to get our grant application signed for the fiscal year 2024-2025. I have the application prepared. It employs 3 full-time victim advocates and 1 part-time victim advocate in the Prosecuting Attorney's Office. I have the application prepared, but it does have Mr. Stolliver as the president's name on the application. So I don't know. I think in the past, we've done it both ways, where we've had another person sign or where I can hold off and have him, you guys vote on it tonight and he signs later. So whatever you guys would prefer.
Could you explain to everyone what victim advocates are and what they do?
Absolutely. So the advocates in the Jefferson County Prosecuting Attorney's Office provide victim services to victims of crime here in Jefferson County. That includes everything from attending court hearings for them, assisting them in restitution, writing victim impact statements, acting as liaisons between the prosecutors and those victims. Like I said, we employ 3 full-time and 1 part-time employee in the prosecutor's office. This is our 26th year of a VOCA grant fund. VOCA is the Victim of Crime Act federal grant that we're awarded. The amount we're requesting this year is $118,949. And that is for all to go to those employee salaries.
Madam President,
Yeah.
I move to approve and sign the 2024-2025 Victim of Crime Act grant application.
Could I ask a question? Is there a deadline to sign this?
Unfortunately, there is, and it's July 10th, and I believe our
Okay.
next commission meeting isn't until the 11th.
Well, but Mr. Stolliver will be back. I think he's out of town or something.
Yeah.
So he'll be back by then.
Right.
So if you approve it, if I could respectfully request that you amend your motion to approve it and authorize Commissioner Stolliver to sign it,
Right.
and then he'll sign it when he returns.
Yeah,
And then
Madam President, I'd like to amend the motion as outlined by the county.
Right. Okay. Motion's been amended. The amendment seconded?
Second.
Okay, there we go. So the motion on the floor, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
All right.
Thanks for the help with the motion there. Appreciate that.
No problem. Nancy Strine, she has had to wait a while here.
We're,
I'm-
You skip 4.
I skipped, good grief. Okay. Sorry about that, Nancy. Oh, interview and appointment to the Jefferson County Historic Landmarks. Let me get that. You all keep me on track. I think we have David Carroll as an applicant. Like to tell us a little about yourself and why you want to do this?
I've been a professional archaeologist for the last 26 years, working mostly in Northern Virginia across the river.
Yeah.
I've been a professional archaeologist for 26 years, working primarily in Northern Virginia, Loudoun, Fairfax, Prince William, Stafford. I've lived in West Virginia since I was 3 years old and grew up in Harpers Ferry, Bolivar. I've lived some time in Martinsburg and am now back in the county. I believe in my work. I would do it for fun if I did not do it professionally. I consider historic resources, archaeological resources, to be non-renewable resources, and they need to be addressed in a way that is appropriate to allow progress and change to go forward, but also to respect the history of the area.
and a Shepherd grad.
Oh,
And a
okay.
Shepherd grad.
Oh, well, and you know, you will be doing this for fun, right?
I am aware. I have not put in my resignation at my day job.
Yeah, right, okay.
I'll move to approve the appointment of David Carroll to the Jefferson County Historic Landmarks Commission for a 3-year term ending March 30th, 2027.
Second. Any more questions or comments?
Just wanted to say thanks for volunteering your
Yes.
time. Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate it. All those in favor of the appointment of David Carroll, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Now, Nancy Strine, City of Martinsburg Home Consortium, and you're the home administrator.
Correct.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
It's a pleasure to be back here again. But this time I'm here to renew our agreement for 3 years. We do this every 3 years. We go through the whole Eastern Panhandle from Paw Paw all the way to Harpers Ferry. And I've been everywhere, just at Ranson last week, and it was a good meeting. And I had Charlestown the night before, Shepherdstown the week before. I go to Bolivar Tuesday, and then I'm pretty much done. I've been, was Berkeley County this morning. So Morgan, Paw Paw, Bath, Hedgesville, and now here.
You've
So-
been traveling.
Yeah, so basically to utilize the home grant program, which is the largest federal program for housing, and basically we'd like to say affordable housing, we have to go through this process. So I have to get everybody on board to renew the agreements, because right now we're in FY, right now we're in FY 2024. So this would be starting July 1, would start the FY 2025. But because it's a federal grant, we don't really get our money. We're always 6 months behind because of the federal,
Yeah.
the federal budget doesn't match with the city and the county budget. So anyway, but that's why I need to come out and do it now. So the first one, and there's no public hearing with this, because when I came out earlier, I had the public hearing, if you remember, but this is just to renew the resolution to participate in the next 3 years. So there's 2 action items, the resolution and then the cooperative agreement. Does anybody have any questions?
And this, your function, the home consortium, they do help find affordable housing.
Right.
which is especially a challenge in our county.
Right. It's the first time home buyers right now. And also we support Habitat, which is the only community housing development organization. But we also have the Home ARP, which is American Rescue Plan. And we just awarded $284,000 to JCCM so they can build the 2 rental units over at 202 Racetrack Drive. So just met with them. They're going to be advertising to bid next week for that bid. So that project will be able to get started. So, and then we also have supportive services going to Voices Against Domestic Violence as well. So there's other things. And we also are working with Community Networks Incorporated out of Martinsburg, but they also work throughout the Eastern Panhandle. But we have tenant-based rental assistance, and I got a call this morning, and they're actually being able to help somebody that's been living in their van, and they have PTSD or PTSD. And anyway, they're going to get him a apartment here in Jefferson County. So, so there's all kinds of
success stories.
There's all kinds of home eligible activities that, and there's no financial money from you all. This is the grant, the city of Martinsburg manages the grant, but you all get to benefit.
I think housing should be looked at from a regional perspective. And I appreciate your work.
Yeah.
It can be difficult for one municipality to try to tackle affordable housing, which is a nationwide problem.
Right.
But through collaboration across governments, we can hopefully come up with a local regional solution. And thank you for what you're doing for our community. I'm ready to make the motion to approve.
Yeah.
Madam President, I move to approve a resolution for Jefferson County, West Virginia, authorizing participation in the Eastern Panhandle Home Consortium of West Virginia for the period of July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2027. And furthermore, I move to approve a cooperative agreement, quote, housing consortium cooperative agreement by and between the city of Martinsburg and the county of Jefferson, West Virginia for the period of July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2027. And I'm going to add an end quote at the end of that.
I'll second that.
All right. Both of the motions on the floor. Do we have any questions or discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thanks for your hard work on this.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Careful driving home.
Okay.
yeah. You don't need any signatures, right?
I do need the signatures on page 11 on the cooperative agreement, and then
And if they have Mr. Stollifer's name,
they have Mr. Shelfers.
Should
But
we-
you can get it, get him to sign it when he gets
right,
back.
yeah,
And
yeah.
then they can send it to me.
right, okay,
And then the cooperative agreement, your signature page is page 11.
okay.
Do you want me to give you that?
Well, give
So-
that.
Give you the-
There's not an imminent deadline to sign this document.
Well, just hopefully by the early July, because I have to get it in.
For the beginning of the.
I have to
Okay.
get the Attorney General's office to get,
Okay.
I have to give all the signed copies to the Attorney General's office.
So if Mr. Stolper is able to sign it at the beginning of this coming week,
That would be good.
which will be, what, July the 2nd, 3rd?
That's fine.
Is that okay?
because
Okay.
Bolivar's gonna- I'm going there on the 3rd.
Very well. I just wanted
Okay.
to make
Yeah, that would be good.
Okay, if you give those documents to Soraya,
Okay.
because I will probably lose them up here.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. I am going to move on to agenda item number 7.
You are rolling.
I think we're making progress here. Mr. Cisco?
Good evening. Good to see you.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory if you look at the documentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions. First of all, It's two items. One is to accept a local rule for the Jefferson County Health Department when it comes to permitting fees and other rules governing septic permits and things like that, because the state of West Virginia has devolved that away from the state and to the county level. So without rules, without the county commission accepting the rules, there will be no rules around permitting for establishments, including childcare centers, septics, things like that. Restaurants will not be inspected, things like that. So one, you have to accept the rule to allow us to be able to regulate businesses through the health department, because the state is no longer carrying that rule. Now, the rule has not been changed. It's exactly the same as the state rule. So there's no change in that. The reason why the state did that was they want to devolve power for local decision makers, so that you can adopt rules that are more fit for your counties, because obviously what goes on in McDowell County is not the same as what goes on in Jefferson County. And that's the main reason. So that's the first one. The second one is a change in the fee schedule. If you look through the paperwork very quickly, we go to pages 5, 6, and 7 of the package that I sent into the county commission. You can see the fees that will not be changing on page 7, because the following permit fees are set by the West Virginia Legislative Code or the rule, and they cannot be changed. The fees are set. But we are proposing to change several fees. And we have a page there showing what the current fees are and what the proposed increases will be. And by the color coding, you can see the yellow ones will not be changing because they're set in state code, while the blue is a less than 20% increase, and the green is a greater than 20% increase, up to a 40% increase, based upon the fact that these are permitting processes that require a tremendous amount of time and a lot of effort and cost to the health department. So I don't want to read through the letter I sent, but I will give you the highlights. State aid has been cut to the health departments as of now. I've gotten word from the Secretary of Health and Human Services, or DHHR, or DOH as it is now, that they hope to restore our funding back to fiscal year 24 numbers with no increase, but currently we're cut back to fiscal year 23 numbers, which is about a $50,000 loss for the health department. So I had built the staff and fully staffed the health department based on an idea that the state aid would continue to go up, as we were told that it would in fiscal year 2023, and it did in 2024, but now they're cutting it back down. And we have to find a way to make ends meet, or else I'll be forced to lay off additional staff. We've already laid off one staff member. I'll be forced to lay off additional staff members. And unfortunately, that will most likely be on the environmental side, as it would be a sanitarian. Since typically the sanitarian staff for this county has been anywhere from 2 to 4. Currently it's 5, which is what the FDA recommends. NEHA, the National Environmental Health Association, recommends 6. I'd like to get it up to 6, but we just don't have the finances for that. I know that Commissioner Cook was there this Friday, and we discussed this last Friday at the Board of Health meeting. So he's heard this before. This is not new. So what I'm trying to avoid is having to lay off more staff, especially the sanitarians or the environmental staff, which can impact restaurant inspections, daycare inspections. It can slow down permitting for individuals who want to get permits for wells or septics and things like that. And so as our numbers have increased, the demand for permits and things like that has increased. I don't want to have to cut back staff going into what is obviously a period of time of growth in this county, and make it difficult on people who are trying to build their dream homes and things like that. And we're running into some of that now. So the big thing is we haven't increased our fees. We've only increased our fees twice since 2006. So we've not been able to keep up with inflation due to that fact, and we certainly have not been able to be able to deal with the wage growth in this county compared to the rest of the state. The state has a very narrow view of what they think we should be paying staff, and it's based upon living in central West Virginia, not the Eastern Panhandle.
Right.
So
yes, I know that's been a challenge, a tremendous challenge over the years.
Yeah,
I think.
difficult to keep staff. I've been there for,
Anyway,
I'll be there. I've been there for almost 3 years now, and we're now fully staffed. It was about 60% staffed when I started, and it was certainly easier to make ends meet then.
Mhm.
But having a full staff has provided a much higher level of service to the community and provided a much better layer of protection, especially when it comes to restaurant inspections and things like that.
Well, and I remember we used to hear comments from folks in the building industry that we were delaying their project, or, you know,
Yes, of course.
that there just wasn't the staff there to go out for well and septic inspections and some of those things too.
Yeah,
So,
that's something that I heard when I immediately took the position and something that I endeavored to alleviate as quickly as possible. It does take 6 to 12 months to get a sanitarian
yeah.
up to full speed and have them completely certified and be able to go out and do their job. And so it's taken a couple of years to get that fully staffed, but now that it's fully staffed, I'd be resistant to reducing the staff. These fee increases would probably put us anywhere between $48,000 and $54,000 additional funding, which is almost enough to cover a sanitarian salary. So with that, there's also a convergence of other things. We had a sanitarian that we brought on for 3 years that was paid for by a grant from the National Environmental Health Association. That grant dries up at the end of this fiscal year, so this tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that's $76,000 that had paid for one of the sanitarians for the last 3 years. And now we're taking on that cost out of our general fund. So predicting right now a roughly $20,000 budget loss fiscal year 25. We've typically run about a $60,000 surplus. So we have a little bit of money in the bank to cover that, but beyond 1 year, probably not.
Yeah.
So looking at possible layoffs, additional layoffs, unfortunately. So I did have to let go of the epidemiologist. It was one of our great support, one of the great support roles at the health department, but unfortunately you can't keep everybody and you don't have the money to do so. So I think the first one is not really debatable, which is to accept what previously had been the state rules for the health department and for public health. But I'm more than happy to discuss more deeply any of the fee increases, of course.
When I attended the meeting with the group, Mr. Cisco made it clear that you don't raise money, you don't raise rates just to raise rates, right? And just because it's a 2006 twice increase does not mean that we are due.
Correct.
What he did is he did a very significant discussion about progression, what it looks like in the next 10, 20 years. And so he's trying to match what we need to do versus what's going to do, what project to do. And then with the additional burdens of loss of state funding. So it was a great meeting for my first one with you for the Board of Health, and full-heartedly support what he's doing. He is rubbing pennies together to make it work.
I have a few questions.
Please.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Yeah, first, I would agree that on the first part of this, accepting the responsibility given to us by the state is required. So I'm going to be supporting that without debate, as you put it. The second part, the proposed fee increases. So regarding the fee increases that are proposed to be increased, I think you said page 8 and onward. Who is paying those fees? Which entities are paying those fees?
Those will be the individuals that were requesting permits or businesses that are being required to be inspected, things like that, those types. So it's going to be businesses and individuals will be paying for it.
Businesses and individuals. It's not just big businesses.
Not just businesses, individuals. If you're someone who's building a new home and you're requiring a septic and a well, and you're requiring an inspection for that septic and that well, you'll be paying a permit fee for that. And that defrays the cost of the individual sanitarian to go out there and do all those inspections for the state.
Right.
The sanitarians are state regulators. Although they're employed by the health department, they are not state employees. They're health department employees.
Right.
And that's one of the stranger things that I know Jane understands, and I know Dr. Cook is figuring out, that the health department is a non-state agency. It is a non-county agency. It is an independent agency that's set up by state codes, chapter 16 of state code. And it's meant to be an independent agency, independent from state and local government. And the reason why is to avoid any type of loggerheads between the state and the county. over any type of public health measures, which we've seen in the last 4 or 5 years, have we not? So,
Right.
so
We have heard from the Department of Planning and Zoning that the public, whether it's business owners or sometimes just regular folks who are trying to do something with their homes, are actually frustrated that the process is too slow and perhaps counterintuitively have requested increasing fees on themselves because that would finance speeding up the process. Are
So-
you hearing similar feedback from the public?
I'll be completely honest with you. 30 days public comment on the Secretary of State public comment page, newspaper, social media, website, and public displays in government buildings in the county. We've received 0 public comment,
Zero
positive
comment.
or negative,
Positive. or
which is
negative.
unusual.
Right.
We usually get a little bit of public comment, but we've
Yeah.
received nothing, which was very surprising to me. And I know it was surprising to Gillian, the sanitarian supervisor.
Right. When we had a similar set of proposed fee increases under planning and zoning, I asked to split it up so that the fees that would be paid by, I'm going to use the common vernacular and say regular folk,
Mhm.
would be separate from big or new businesses that are trying to open up, because I thought, and I think I'm hearing that from the business community, they want the fees to go up because time is money and they're trying to
Of
open
course.
their new business.
Of
And I understand that and I want to be helpful. I am a little bit concerned about raising fees for John Q. Public, who's trying to get an approval for something on his home. And yet I find myself not ready to have I don't know exactly what I would propose to change here, but I just want to state that I have that concern.
So what you'll see on any individual, we're talking anywhere from a $10 to $40 increase in their permit fee. We're not talking about anything significant. The bigger fees, the $500 and $600 fees, those are going to be on the very large restaurants. Increases on the largest of the restaurants and businesses in the county, and the people who request large numbers of fees. It's not, John Q. Public's going to see a very minimal increase. So something like a septic reserve change was $10 to replat or to redesign the septic reserve and reinspect that and make sure it's being moved into a suitable place. That's a $4 increase. So a lot of that is.
Could you point me to that in
Sure,
your
that's-
spreadsheet, please?
That's on this one right here. Do you have this one?
Yeah, the one with the
With all the
green.
color at the bottom.
Yes,
So if you look down at something like the very first green mark right there,
10 to 14,
10
I
to
see
14.
that.
But below that, you do have a septic reserve change, on 1 to 10 lots. So that's going to be a $40 increase for one lot. So yes, there will be on a percentage basis, that is a 40% increase, and so it is a $40 increase. It's not insubstantial, but
Okay. I see a couple of green highlighted $40 increases.
40% increases, yes.
Yeah, in this case, it happens to be $40 because it's $100
Right.
to begin with.
Easy
It's
math.
a fun coincidence. Are there any other highlighted increases that pertain to our favorite member of the public, Mr. John Q?
I'm not familiar with John Q, but not anything major like that.
Okay.
Nothing above 2 figures. Nothing above $100 increase on an individual. I really wish I had Gillian here. If you didn't know, Gillian resigned and left for Ohio, so we've lost our sanitarian supervisor also. But we hired a new one from Monongalia County, so be prepared for that.
Okay, excellent. Nice work there. Can I ask you, would it be terribly disruptive to your department's budget if I proposed to change that 140 increase, it's a 40% increase, to say maybe a $10 increase, which is a 10% increase?
So a large portion of our permits are one lot.
Are one lot, okay.
Yep. A lot of
So it would be
individual-
disruptive.
It
to your
would be a
budget.
little bit. It probably wouldn't be in the tens of thousands of dollars, but I would say it'd be into the thousands of dollars.
Well, and there's more travel and, maybe time consumption because you're not looking at a group of lots.
And
You're going to individual
I'll also make
locations.
the argument from my personal experience, my professional experience, that typically single lots are more time consuming than multiple lots. Typically, if there's a builder involved and then they're building multiple lots, it's very standardized. The sanitarians can go in there and hit 5, 6, 7 of them at a time, and they're all very similar. And they're all split up in a similar way, and they can get in and out within, a couple hours. While sometimes these small builders who build a single lot, they tend to have some errors and require multiple follow-up visits and quite a bit of detail. And I know that Dr. Cook was there for our discussion about fencing off reserve areas and how reserve areas often get disturbed and require sanitarians to come back and re-inspect multiple times. So a lot of these single lots are often more problematic than subdivisions.
Yeah, that's helpful to know. Thank you. And I think Dr. Cook asked a similar question in a related conversation, or perhaps just an analogous conversation in a prior meeting. Would the fee increase, if it were increased from 100 to 140, would that cover the cost of the inspection, or are we still?
Does it cover the cost? Of course not.
No. It still doesn't cover the cost.
No. And
Okay.
I gave some large numbers, some big numbers, like currently the environmental staff runs about $390,000. And that includes benefits and wages. And the environmental side brings in about $307,000. So it's actually about a $80,000 loss on that side. And that's where state aid and things like that and grants and other things and county aid, if we received any, county aid would cover that type of stuff.
Okay,
The difference
so-
between what we're actually spending to permit these locations versus what we're actually being able to charge.
Right. So I guess if Johnny Q came up and said, well, why are you raising it $40?
Yes.
I guess the answer would be, well, I didn't want to do it, but when you look at it, it's actually way less than the cost
Yes.
that the county is paying to perform this task.
Yes, that the health department is paying.
Excuse me, the health department. This has been really helpful. I didn't get a chance to go over this with you in advance. I appreciate you.
Stop by
being
my
able
house.
to-
I see you walk by it every day.
Yeah, that's right. Answer all these questions just on your feet. Thank you for that and for being ready.
Give credit where credit's due. This was all Gillian.
Oh, Gillian,
except for
excellent.
Except for some of the financial numbers.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm always reluctant. Sorry, I'll wrap up. I'm always reluctant to support fee increases.
And I
but,
completely
think,
understand.
yeah, I just think under these circumstances, we need to have this staff. We don't want poor health outcomes for the public. And if we don't have the staff and we're getting our budget cut from the state, I guess it's one of those where you're dragged along kicking and screaming and saying, I guess if we have to. Thank you.
I do have
Commissioner Upson,
one
please.
question here.
Yes, sir.
So it states here that the last time permit fees were increased was in 2020.
Yes.
Correct.
In 2006 and then again in 2020. The state in
And so
20
I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, the state gave us an opportunity in fiscal year 2020 to reassess rates and for permits and services. And we went with it, at that time, we went with a 20 to 25% increase, mainly because it hadn't been raised in so long, in 14 years.
Okay, so now that's 4 years later and you're
is.
doing another reassessment.
It is.
So am I reading this correctly that in some cases, on some of these line items, that if you increased it in 2020 up to 25%, and you're proposing a 40% increase on some of these, that's a total of 65% increase in the span of 4 years?
Yes. Based upon a very, very low 2006 baseline.
Just from a high level, with Commissioner Maggi, that just does not sit right. Okay, let me rephrase that. Without more data justifying those particular increases, it seems a bit excessive from the outside looking in.
Sure, I can understand that.
And as a taxpayer, as a citizen, that would raise eyebrows. I'm with Commissioner Maggi. Fee increases is not something that I would normally propose. However, you did state that state aid has been decreased?
It has,
And you did-
as officially as of today.
And you did state that you lost a grant, is that?
We lost,
Is that-
yeah, well, the grant ran out. It expired. It was only a 3-year grant and it allowed us to hire and retain one sanitarian.
So can you just indulge me and help me out a little bit?
Sure.
And provide an example of the criteria that you used? Maybe pick a line item and come up and kind of walk through.
Oh, sure.
A 40% one. And the reason why I say that is because if you were to say, hey, because of the decrease in these funds, that played a role, just basically stating, man, since 2006, this is really low. I mean, it's kind of I would like to get some more concrete and quantitative reasoning for a particular line item, for instance, that is going 40%.
So
what would be 65% in 4 years?
If it were actually raised that much in 2020, which I don't have, and I can't tell you that was all registered and controlled by the state of West Virginia at that time. Now that they were devolving everything back to the county or to the county, we can come directly to the county commission instead of having county commission just rubber stamp what the state wants. So I wasn't there for that, so I don't know if any of these individual line items were increased by 25% or not at all in 2020. So I can't be sure. But I will show you the 4 lines here that are all 40% increases. These are almost all subdivision and mass permitting for septics and septic reserves. Septics typically require the most amount of time of any of the permitting that the sanitarians do. They usually require multiple follow-up visits. And what we're talking about is something that is on the order per lot of anywhere from 4 to 6 hours of work. So per lot, 4 to 6 hours per work, we pay them roughly $30 an hour with benefits, $30.75 an hour with benefits. So let's do the math real quick. We're charging $140 per lot, or for more than 10 lots. We're asking them but we're paying them $180 to do for that 4 hours of work, but we're receiving $140 in payment for it. So we're taking a $40 loss on that. Okay. That's the big one for me.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I can give you the macro numbers best. Like I said before, the environmental health side takes in at about $307,000 last year, while costing almost $390,000. So
okay,
that's the $80,000 difference. And even with these increases, we're only talking at the maximum a $54,000 increase in revenue to the agency, while we're losing probably about $126,000 between state aid and the loss of the grant, the $76,000 grant.
And I apologize. It's nothing against you or what you're trying to do. I appreciate what you're doing, but it's
ask hard questions, please.
The questions are coming from a principal perspective.
Absolutely.
I have principles on what I stand for, and I want to make sure I represent the citizens.
Absolutely. No,
appropriately. So I want to make sure that I made that clear. But that is no reflection of you. I understand your concerns. I understand the decreases in the grants and stuff. So I fully understand. But
you don't have to apologize in any way.
Well, I'm human, and I want to make sure that it's not.
No, I expect to have difficult questions and may not always be able to have the correct answer right off the cuff. I would like to be able to answer all of those questions off the cuff, but bring them on, please. If I were in your seats, I would do the same thing.
I'm ready to make a motion, Madam Chair.
Oh, that's
Go
okay.
Go ahead,
Dr.
please.
Commissioner Cook, could I just clarify you're asking for 2 things, and I just want to make sure the agenda item does, it does cover both of those things, right?
Yeah.
It says health fees for permits and services rule, and that's your second
Those are
thing,
the two,
right?
yeah, the services rule.
I just wanted to clarify that in case there was some confusion.
And so the services rule, again, like it devolves it from the state to county control.
Gotcha.
And then the fees also, because of the county control. Now, you guys, the county commission will be in charge of whether or not the health department can raise fees, lower fees, or add fees, add services and fees.
Just from a procedural issue or perspective, I mean, I just wanted to clarify that in case anybody
Absolutely.
thought otherwise.
The
I'm sorry,
proposed
sir.
motion has them lumped together. Do you suggest, based on our conversation, that we separate them out?
No, I think it's fine just as it's
Okay.
written. I just didn't want anyone to be confused about that.
All right, so I make a motion to approve the Jefferson County Board of Health Environmental Health fees, performance, and services rules with proposed fee increase.
I'll second that, and just a little addition to your motion, that the effective date would be July 11th, 2024 for the fees, if, yeah. We
I would-
can,
I would like to amend that to the effective July 1st.
all right.
July 11th. please.
July 11th,
Sorry.
yes.
Yes, sorry.
And so that motion, and I'll second the motion. Do we need more discussion? Well, I just realized the need to, nobody likes increased fees, but I've seen this before, and, I've had builders come to me, and, for them, time is money. And I know it would be hard on the single homeowner building his own house, but in the bigger picture, this is what gets the work done as effectively as possible, and it's necessary at this time. So, all right, the motion's on the floor. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Upson. Feel free to reach out to me, email me, stop in by my office at any time, and I will be happy to explain everything clearly to you.
I definitely like to do
I
that.
think you'd like the way we're run.
And I have to remind Commissioner Upson
Thank
that
you all very much.
he's a Marine.
Oh, well, there's the first problem.
Hey, Dad, if you get that,
So I'd like to amend the hello.
He did use some two-syllable words, so I'm
Yeah.
pretty.
Oh, boy. I'm on agenda item number 8. It lists Roger Goodwin, but it's also known as Becky Bird. A timeout. I was going to do that after we got to number 10, or do you need to, what is the feeling of my fellow commissioners? You want to have a short break?
It wouldn't hurt.
I think that we were asked by staff if we can do a real quick break. Yes.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
would recommend that we do that.
Okay.
Staff wings.
Yes, I'm sorry. We'll have a quick break.
Yes.
And we are
Tonight.
on agenda item number 8. And this is not Roger Goodwin.
This is, I'm Becky Burns, and this is Will Smith. He's our land development inspector. I don't know that he's really been up to the table before, so he's my partner in crime tonight.
Okay.
Misery
Nice
loves
to meet
company.
you.
Nice
Yeah,
to meet you.
Thanks for
Well,
being
yeah.
here tonight.
Let's not use terms like crime, especially with the
know.
debate going on tonight.
All right, so we have a couple of letter of credits that are,
Excuse me, what?
oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm sorry, is that better?
Yes, you
I have
have
a
to
pretty-
kind of eat the mic.
Yes, no problem. We have a few letter of credits that are, letter of credits are security for construction bond agreements. And they typically are, expiration dates are January 15th or July 15th of a given year. By virtue of the construction bond agreement, they are to renew those at least 30 days in advance of their expiration date. And we have a couple that are getting close that have not been renewed. We're working with them, but we need, if in the event they aren't, we need to have the ability to call them, and then we convert them to cash and escrow, and it gets established in the Bank of Charlestown. So we are asking permission to be able to call any letter of credits that have not been renewed by actually Monday.
Right, right.
Or by the 8th of July. That gives us time to get to the banks and get everything that needs to be done.
I'll make the motion to authorize staff to call any letter of credits that are due that have not been renewed by the close of business on Monday, July 8th, 2024.
Second.
Question.
Yes.
Any budget impact?
No, oh, absolutely not. No, sir.
All right, thanks.
Did your partner in crime had anything you want to?
Nope, that's what we're here for. Just
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. You've had a lot of entertainment while you've been waiting.
Yes. And the next item is, Mr. Hill is here with Tri-State. In case you do have any questions, it is a memorandum of understanding for Tiny Treasures Daycare Center.
Oh, okay.
The bulk of the daycare center right now is in the county's jurisdiction. They're getting ready to do an improvement to that, a 7,670 square foot addition to the existing building, but 437 square feet of that will be in the county, but the rest of it's in that. So Mr. Hill approached the city of Charlestown. They are willing to review all of the permit, every permitting, even the small portion that's in the county, and conduct the building inspections and everything. Mr. Goodman and I, we discussed it. Alex Bowl, you are zoning administrator. We feel that there isn't any issue with it as far as our office is concerned. But obviously we don't have the authority to approve a memorandum of understanding without your folks' permission to do so.
And this would be between the county commission and the city of Charlestown?
That is correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Hill with Tri-State
Yeah.
Investment Properties and Tri-State Improvements LLC.
Yeah, I just want to make sure with Charlestown.
I have a question for the county attorney. Mr. Cochran, we enter this memorandum of understanding. Could it set a precedent such that a future applicant could say the county has already set a precedent of giving up its right to inspect the building or anything to that effect? Are you concerned about some type of adverse outcome down the road?
I suppose that anything can be argued. In this particular agreement, there's a couple of things. One, it's the same, as my understanding, it's the same building. This really only applies to the building inspection, I think, is in the building part of it. So it's the same code used in both jurisdictions.
That is correct.
To me, the most important issue is where it says under procedures, item 2, it says once they get final occupancy, that basically would be authorized as part of this in Charlestown and accepted by the Jefferson County Commission. So it seems to me that the document gives the commission the final ability to make a judgment on that issue as to the part that's in our jurisdiction. And so that gives me more comfort because if we have the right to accept it, I think we also have the right to reject it. And I think it gives us the ability to make our judgment on our part of that building. And then point number 3, as I said earlier, this expires as soon as the building is complete.
Oh, that
So it
helps.
only applies to the actual building of it. And I guess I would also say it's 437 square feet compared to like 3,000 and some feet of the remainder of the building. Am I correct about that? So it's just a small corner of the building or something. Is that right, Ms.
Yeah,
Brown?
it's, and I'm so sorry because I did mean to give this to you folks.
The MOU?
And it gives you a little bit of
Yeah.
I apologize. So it's basically it's a foyer type area, Mr. Hill.
Yeah, it's just an
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
The existing building is 3,000 feet. The new addition is like 7,600 feet, and there's a 400-foot span to get those two to connect over that line. We're just trying to be more cohesive with the whole process. It's 2x4 stops. We bring in, one of the county inspectors to inspect these 2x4s. It's just to make it a smoother process.
Thank you.
I don't have any more questions, but I have a comment if you have time.
Well, then I-
Thank you for operating this business. We are in desperate need of childcare in this county.
My
So
wife
uh,
operates it, does a great job.
thank you to the
There
missus.
is a big need. There's been
Oh,
waiting
yes.
for a while.
This is a big need. Appreciate you doing that. And just wanted to say thanks and good luck with the project.
Well, then I do move to approve and execute the MOU for Christopher Hill, owner and operator of Tri-State Investment Properties LLC, who owns Tiny Treasure Daycare and Learning Center located at 248 Cherry Tree Drive, Charlestown, whose wife operates it.
Second.
Okay, motion is before us. I think all our questions have been answered, correct? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much, folks.
All
and
right,
Congrats.
thank
Thank
you.
Hope everyone has a nice 4th of July.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Up to you.
I'm on agenda item number 10. Ms. Kuhn. It seems like this is a year for air conditioner breakdown.
Go ahead and give you handouts for the second part of my.
Did you snidely say that this is not your issue? This is not in your scope, ma'am? Are you sure? Mhm.
Yes, it's.
I gotta blame somebody. You know.
Thank you.
I like that.
Okay, so I have 2 items for you today. The first is for the Jefferson County Emergency Services Agency. The vehicle bay area of the JCESA building has no air conditioning. It has heated floors. But as required by the West Virginia Board of Pharmacy after a recent inspection, the bay area must maintain a temperature range of 68 to 77 degrees due to the medication stored in the ambulances and the bulk overflow in the storage in the bay. So I'm recommending that we install 3 wall-mounted mini split units. My staff can do the installation with the exception of the electrical work. We had looked into maybe using the temporary units we're using at Parks and Recs, but there's no duct work there. And the amount of duct work we would have to do, and it would require additional electricity. The most feasible option is to go with the mini splits. And as I was walking in the door, Bessie did tell me that the funding is available through the ESA's budget. So it's going to be $14,000 to get this work done for them.
And I just want to clarify, that's from the ESA budget and not ARPA?
It's the ESA's ARPA Project 48.
Okay.
They have about $500,000 still available. We use that ARPA 48.
Okay.
So we'll still have
Yeah, okay, that's what I wanted to clarify, where the money's coming from. Now, I don't know what a mini split AC is. Is there a short explanation?
It's basically a ductless AC unit,
Okay,
to give you a quick explanation.
I was just curious. All right, I'll make the motion to approve the purchase and installation of mini split AC units for the Jefferson County ESA agency building in the vehicle storage bay area. The funding, $14,000 from the ARPA funding that's been dedicated to the ESA.
Second.
Any questions or discussion?
I think it was a wise strategy to turn off the air conditioning in here before you made your.
No control over that one.
Okay, yeah, we may need a mini split down here. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
All right. And I have a PowerPoint for the next one.
Okay.
Okay, so Jefferson County faces pressing challenges in providing adequate, safe, accessible, and contemporary office spaces for our government and court facilities. With the impending addition of the new magistrate court personnel in January of 2025, it is imperative to ensure sufficient and secure office accommodations are in place to meet the demands of the expanding staff. The current setup of our county government offices is subpar. Offices are dispersed haphazardly across multiple buildings, lacking organization and safety. Multiple entry points create safety risks and confusion for visitors. This disorganization not only compromises safety, but also causes public confusion regarding location of services. The presence of public departments within court buildings causes congestion and confusion, underscoring the need for more organized and efficient layout. The county is facing a critical shortage of usable space where there is no room to accommodate additional staff. With Jefferson County experiencing continual growth marked by the construction of numerous new houses daily, the demand for public services is escalating. It is foreseeable that additional staff will be required to meet the growing demands, emphasizing the urgency of finding suitable office space solutions. So I'm going to go into the presentation about some of our buildings, but if any of you want a tour at any time, please feel free to do. I know Commissioner Tapp's been through all the buildings, but just let me know and I'll take you on a tour. So during, if we can go back. And for one, there you go. So during this presentation, I'll be providing information on challenges with regards to public access, insufficient space, inefficient utilities, maintenance and repair needs, and building churn. I will then provide you with some cost projections. Next slide. So we have a total of 18 buildings. There are 10 buildings in the Charlestown campus and 8 buildings located in Bardane or in outlying locations. So next slide. For the purpose of this report, I'm going to discuss our most problematic areas, which are the buildings listed here. The Charlestown campus, we have our Hunter House, Mason Building, Smoot Building, the Reininger and Moffett buildings, Historic Courthouse, and the St. Margaret's Judicial Building. These are most of the buildings along Washington Street, and the Judicial Building is on George Street. And then I also want to discuss the Public Services Center, which is out in Bardane. And this isn't to say that our other buildings don't have issues. I could go in any building and find a problem, but these are our most pressing problems. And so with the next slide, I'll go through these buildings. So the first one is St. Margaret's Building. Almost 30,000 square feet. We have Magistrate Court in here, court security, home confinement, and the tax office. I did include this building on the part of this presentation that goes into cost and utilities and those details. The main issue here is that we don't have enough space for the 4th magistrate and their staff. This building does work well for our court needs. About 10 years ago, the 3rd floor was remodeled to add space for an additional circuit judge. It now has a jury courtroom and office space for the circuit judge and their staff. Currently, the magistrates have a large courtroom and a smaller hearing room on the second floor, which will need to be shared by 4 magistrates starting January 1st. We have the space in this building that we need for the magistrates if the tax office wasn't located on the first floor. If we could relocate them to another building, that would be ideal. Moving the tax office would free up the space we need for the new court staff and their additional courtroom or hearing room needs. And also, I don't know if any of you have seen the lines when it's time to pay taxes, but public can be lined up through the lobby, out the front door, and all the way down the street. So that's very, it's not conducive to a court environment. It's very disruptive. In the interim, I am working with the Supreme Court staff and the magistrates to provide them temporary office space in that building. It's not an ideal space, but they're willing to work with us until we can come up with a permanent solution that works for everyone. Next slide. Public Services Center. This is about almost 19,000 square feet. We have the Health Department, Development Authority, Farmland Protection, West Virginia Extension, and some of the West Virginia lab offices are here. The biggest issue we're having here is the Health Department. They are busting at the seams. So I'll go into more detail on that later. Next slide is the Hunter House. Almost 6,000 square feet here, your county commission administrative offices, and then the attorneys upstairs. This was obviously a home at some point. And right before the county commission moved into it, it was a restaurant and with a pub down in the basement. Next slide. The Mason Building, 13,000 square feet. We have your engineering, planning and zoning, and your GIS department, IT department, and our mail rooms in this building. There's some inaccessible areas in this building, like the second floor. Next slide. This is our Reininger and Moffett buildings. I'm grouping these 2 buildings together as one. They are 2 buildings from the outside. They have been connected on the inside on both the first and the second floors. The whole bottom part of the Moffett and Reininger, the Moffitt's a smaller building, the Reininger is a larger building. The whole first floor is the assessor. The whole second floor of these 2 buildings is probation. So when these buildings were opened up, it did not create a big open space. We just made, or I wasn't here, but doorways between the buildings. So if you walk through these areas, it's very circuitous. It's like walking through a maze. There's no flow. It's very congested with desks and cubes, and it's just very chopped up. Next slide. This is a Smoot building, 934 square feet, and it is currently vacant. It was deemed unsafe by the West Virginia State Fire Marshal. There's some egress issues in this building. We're working on several grant opportunities to possibly demolish this building. I know we've been talking about tearing this one down for a few years now, but there's been some setbacks with that. But so that one, no one's in that building. Next slide. And finally, our historic courthouse, which is now a National Historic Landmark. Although beautiful and historic, this building is not very conducive to a modern office environment. Safety, security, accessibility, and technology are very challenging. I think that serious thought should be given to our future use of this building and how long it will be feasible as a working court and office building. All right, so next slide, public access. I want to go through navigational challenges, accessibility barriers, inefficient service delivery, and health services. So for navigational challenges, with numerous entry points scattered throughout the buildings, visitors may struggle to find the correct entrance for their specific purpose. This confusion can lead to wasted time and frustration as individuals wander between entrances trying to locate the appropriate office or service. The public frequently encounter confusion when navigating between multiple offices for business transactions. There's a lack of seamless connectivity between offices that often collaborate closely. As a result, individuals may find themselves making multiple trips along the street, moving between different offices to complete their transactions. And this can be particularly challenging for older adults or individuals with disabilities, and it adds to the difficulty of accessing essential services. My staff, because they're wearing uniforms and they're around the buildings, daily, they get stopped constantly asking, where's the tax office? Where's the assessor's office? And this happened to me. I was standing out front of the Hunter House one day, and within 5 minutes, 2 people stopped me and asked me where various offices were. And as far as entrances, I want to use the assessor's office as an example. There's 3 entrances into the assessor's office, and it's very confusing. Accessibility barriers, not all entrances may be accessible to individuals with disabilities. Inadequate accessibility features such as ramps or automatic doors at certain entrances can restrict access for those with mobility challenges, thereby excluding them from accessing government services. Most of our entryways, yes, you can go into them, but sometimes when you enter the building, like the Mason building, you can't go to the 2nd floor if you're in a wheelchair. Now the staff does come downstairs and takes care of the public as needed, but they can't go to them. The staff has to come to them. And that's, I think there's several buildings that have that access problem. Hunter House is one of them. Inefficient service delivery. The lack of a centralized entry point can disrupt the flow of visitors and impede efficient delivery of services. Staff members may be required to repeat information or redirect visitors who enter through wrong doors, leading to delays, confusion, and inefficiencies of service. Next slide, health services. The Jefferson County Health Department, it's in the Public Services Center. They have significant space limitations. We have done several remodels over there, adding walls, so they have extra offices. We move desks around over there constantly because they just don't have room. They have some small offices where they actually have 3 desks and people sitting on top of each other. And a really big thing is that there is no public transportation to the health department. The nearest public transit stop is 1.5 miles away at the DMV. So this distance poses a significant challenge for disadvantaged individuals, and they may be the people who rely on those services the most.
Well, and I'm just going to interject. I'm on the Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority, and I've put this thought or request to find if they could make a detour off of Route 9 and
right there.
and take it to the health department. So,
Right. Yeah, that would
well,
be.
hopefully that could be worked out in the near future.
Yeah. So next slide, insufficient space, county growth. We are facing challenges of limited space to accommodate our growing needs. As the population expands, so do demands on government service, necessitating an expansion of county government facilities to adequately serve the public. Our court system is expanding, as we already discussed, needing space in the magistrate court building. Storage, the retention of records, some is mandated for multiple years or indefinitely. We have basements filled with boxes and boxes of storage in pretty much all the buildings. I know I did a tour with Clerk Shadle, and she showed me one of her storage areas in the bottom of the Judicial Center, and this was a full room of stuff that they can never get rid of.
Right.
And basement storage really isn't a good place to store things. I mean, the ceiling is full of pipes and all kinds of things running up there that could damage records. So we just have rooms and rooms of records. Inefficient utilities, the next slide. So the county's existing buildings are outdated and highly inefficient in terms of utility usage. According to data from the U.S. Energy Information Administration and various industry reports, the county's utilities costs exceed industry benchmark standards. The average benchmark standards are approximately $2.15 per square foot per year for a commercial building office space. The approximate cost for the 70,000 square feet for the county buildings contained in this report are $3 per square foot. So the county's cost is approximately $60,000 more per year for utilities for these buildings than industry benchmarks. Next slide. Our maintenance and repair needs. Window replacement should be considered in the next 5 to 10 years for the Hunter, Mason building, Public Services building, Reininger building, and Moffett buildings. All the windows have a significant age on them and are not energy efficient. And because of the sizes of some of the windows and historic aspects, like the one in the Hunter House, some windows will require specialized windows and glass. I did receive approval on the energy efficiency grant, and I am going to be replacing some windows with that, but that's only $76,000 and that's not going to cover everything.
May I interject with a question?
Sure.
You said it's not going to cover everything. How far will it get you towards everything?
I'm looking at about 20 windows in the Public Services Center and maybe half of the Mason Building. I think the Mason Building right now is our greatest need as far as windows. So I was going to start with public service and then hopefully get about half of the windows and the ones with the worst condition in the Mason Building done.
That's 1.5 buildings roughly out of about 7 that you listed. Is that right?
With the public service building, this is just the health department side because the windows had been replaced on the entrance B side at one point. So the windows, so it's only half the building public service and probably half the building for Mason Building.
Because that's what I thought, that an extension of that area, that
Had-
side of it, the windows
Yeah,
had been replaced.
Maybe
at
10 or 15 years ago. Yeah,
well,
something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a 100-year-old house. For folks who are, who live in a brand new house, maybe they haven't thought about this before, but
Oh, yeah.
if you have an older facility or a home and you have windows that are outdated, you are wasting money every single month on heating and cooling.
Yeah, just go put your hand against the window when it's cold out or even when it's hot and windy, you can feel the air coming in those windows.
Even with the storm windows at Hunter House.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm looking at this next slide and I have a lot of comments, but I'm going to wait till you get there.
Okay. So,
I
yeah,
want to
the,
jump the gun, but I'm going to wait.
right. So roof replacements too, probably Mason Building, Reininger, Moffett. The current roofing systems are aging. I've been with the county a long time and I don't think any of those buildings have ever had roof replacements since I've been here.
And how long have you been here, Director?
Almost 30 years.
Yeah.
30 years and the roof has not been replaced once?
I don't believe so.
Well, they did some on the
But
Hunter House.
The Hunter House has. The Hunter House was recently replaced.
But,
And the buildings that we obtained, like the Mason Building, I think we probably 20 years ago, we got the
Yeah.
Mason Building, but none of them have ever been replaced.
Well, we
as far-
did something, maybe that was the guttering on the courthouse, which was
The
tremendously.
courthouse and the Hunter House, yes.
Yeah.
The buildings in between, no.
No,
No.
no.
They didn't replace the roof on the courthouse. They fixed any holes.
Right,
Right.
right. And I think
In
they
it.
improved the guttering.
The guttering and
Something
the
like that.
soffits and the cornices were all,
Icicles falling down on the sidewalk.
yes.
Which is not safe.
Have you put in foam insulation under these roofs to save money on utility bills?
I don't believe so. I can check into that, but I'm pretty sure there's no insulation.
All right.
And then also HVAC improvements. A lot of these buildings are going to need
Yeah.
updates and upgrades on some of these systems within the next 5 to 10 years. Okay. So the next slide, building churn. So in the context of facility management, churn refers to the frequent and ongoing changes in the physical arrangement or allocation of workspaces. My staff are constantly rearranging desks, rearranging offices, moving one office to another, putting up walls, trying to fit desks into other spaces. It's just constant. We probably have 2 to 3 moves we do a month. Some of them are minor, some of them are pretty extensive. So next slide. So the problems that are caused by this churn are HVAC systems become unbalanced by constant renovations causing hot and cold spots. Heating and cooling is inefficient. Networking, electrical cable has to be constantly reconfigured. County staff, facility staff are frequently redirected to address churn, causing delays in other tasks and projects. And churn is also disruptive, leading to operational downtime, unstable work environments, decreased productivity, and poor space management and cost inefficiencies. Utilities. So on the next slide. So the current utilities costs for the approximate 70,000 square feet of building space in this report are approximately $210,000 for 1 year. This includes electricity, water, sewer, and heating fuel oil. Next slide.
Director Kuhn,
Sure.
that is an outrageous figure.
It is.
$200,000 a year.
Yes,
for utility bills?
yeah. And some of these,
This is paid for by taxpayers.
correct. Yeah,
Well, you
We
have to
went
look-
through the budget for days trying to save 5,000, 10,000 here. We just had a presentation about county staff being fired because we don't have enough budget to pay for people to perform necessary services. And we're allowing for $200,000 a year to be wasted on utilities when we could upgrade our facilities and our technology so we don't have to waste taxpayer dollars. That is a shocking figure.
so for utilities, if you want to go to the next slide. So I kind of broke it down. I just added a 2% inflation rate for each year. So in 10 years, we're going to be about $2 million spent on utilities. So next slide, our other operating expenses. So we're going to have, these include maintenance and repairs, contracted service, materials and supplies, anything that goes into operating the building. Next slide. So our operating expenses for these buildings are around 290,000. So at the end of 10 years, we're going to be at 3.6 million for our operating expenses in these buildings. Next slide.
Before you go on to the next one,
Sure.
3.5 million plus over 10 years
Yes.
for building operating expenses,
Mhm. Yes.
2.1 almost million over 10 years
Yes,
for utilities expenses. Do I have that right?
that's correct. Yes.
Wow.
Okay, so the next slide is our major building repairs. So the estimated cost for major building repairs over the next 5 to 10 years, this is going to cost windows, roofs, HVAC, and other structural elements. If we put everything into these buildings that we need to put into in the next 5 to 10 years, we would easily spend $1 million. Next slide.
Excuse me.
Sure.
One more question. Major building repairs is not other operating expenses.
No, this is on
This
top
is an
of.
additional $1 million.
Yes, this is the roofs and the HVAC and anything else that goes in these buildings. There's just, we're constantly Band-Aiding, putting Band-Aids on things right now, and it just doesn't work. It's not, it hasn't worked for years, and we need to look
Yeah,
at,
and some of that, some of it.
yeah,
Is the cost of maintaining historical buildings.
yeah,
That's part of it,
Well,
but it's
yeah.
not the whole picture either.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
value that, of course. We certainly value that. but
yeah, definitely.
My goodness, on page 10, 2.1 million utilities.
Yeah.
On page 11, 3.6 roughly, and other operating expenses. And that does not include an additional million on page 12. I mean, when you think about all the work that we did to try and save $40,000, and now we're talking about millions of dollars, this is a major issue.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So cost projections, the operating utility and repair costs in 10 years for these buildings, for the buildings and their support, which is approximately 70,000 square feet, I'm looking at $6.68 million altogether, so almost 7 million. According to industry benchmarks, operating costs and utilities average around $7 per square foot for a commercial office building. So this projects that the county will spend approximately 1.5 million more in the next 10 years than industry benchmarks. So we face significant challenges with our facilities, including inadequate office space, poor organization, multiple entry points, which cause safety and accessibility concerns and inefficient layouts. And then, of course, the addition of new staff and our population growth, and our buildings are burdened with high utility costs and require major repairs. So addressing these issues is essential to enhance public service, ensure safety, and accommodate the county's expanding needs. Strategic planning and investment in more efficient and organized facilities are crucial to meet these demands and support the community effectively. That's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
I've got a lot. I've
Yeah.
asked a few already, but when you say 1.5 million more than industry benchmarks.
Mhm.
Could you explain, give us a sense of what those benchmarks look like?
So one of them was the energy efficiency, not energy administration. I looked at their cost and what they projected for utilities. And then I also looked at like IFMA, which is International Facility Management Association, their benchmarks that they had in some of their reports and some of the other industry reports that say this is how much is average that you should spend in operational costs for an commercial office building, or what is the standard benchmark. So I kind of pulled that data from those agencies to do this report.
Okay. So I think the key word that I heard there was average.
Yes.
This is $1.5 million below average. It's not $1.5 million below good or excellent.
Correct. Yes.
We could be saving way
When-
more than $1.5 million if we actually did a good job of
Yes.
safeguarding taxpayer dollars when it comes to utility bills.
Correct.
And building maintenance.
Yes.
I have more comments, but I'll just pause for now.
So I just want to address a couple of things. I think mathematically, when we said 210,000 is just going out the window, that's not necessarily true. When we do the 2.15 versus the $3, the $2.50 benchmark, that's a difference of 85 cents. So we have to look at everything at a factor of 85 cents to the dollar. So I don't think we're saying we're throwing out all that money, because we still got to spend money on utilities. We still have a
Correct.
benchmark that we're trying to meet. You're just trying to get us there.
Yes.
And when I read that and I use that factor, and I could be wrong, I'm not the math guy, Commissioner Upson is the banker, so I'm going to default to him. But on the cost projections on slide 11, where it says 3.5 million, when I do that factor, it comes to 2.5 over 10 years versus the 3.5. And then when I put that to your last slide, that says it's going to cost 6.68 million to make those renovations, then they're spending 6.68 million to save $1 million. That's how I read that. And then if I'm wrong, if I'm not doing the math correctly, I'd like to be able to at some point and get through those numbers a little bit better.
Well, that 6.68 million is what I calculated for the cost to be in the next 10 years, what the county is going to, our total spending for those buildings. And so my calculation with the 1.5 million for that is we're spending 1.5 million more than the average commercial office building is spending, if that makes sense.
So 1.5 in 10 years. That's what I was figuring out.
Okay.
Close to what I figured out with my 85 cent factor. So, so over 10 years, all construction costs, now remind me, 10 years, what's the total bill going to be to us to fix this?
It depends on, I think, what direction you decide to go to. I think if the commission bought new space, construction costs are going to be expensive for that amount of money. It would be probably more cost effective to buy something that's already built. New construction, probably for what we need, that would probably 25 million at least.
Oh, at least.
Sure.
Yeah.
Especially if we consolidated everything in one spot.
Correct. And
I don't know. if we
that's
can
what I
do
would love
that.
to, I know, that's what I would love to see. An office complex where everything is one space. I don't know if we can do that,
Right.
but
I don't know if we can.
I wanted to do this presentation to show you that we need to do something. It's not working. The old buildings are great. The historic courthouse is wonderful, but they're very costly and inefficient. And not just cost wise, it's just the whole, there's no flow. You know, one office, tax office is over here, assessors is over here. You have to go all the way down the street to go to the tax office, who doesn't send you back to the assessor's office because something was missing on your assessment form. So it's very confusing for.
Efficiency creates efficacy, which is a lot cheaper.
Correct,
So-
yes.
And I appreciate your presentation. I don't think I'm coming at you. I just wanted
You're
to
fine.
understand that. Because
Great.
if you're overspending $1.5 million a year or over 10 years, whatever that case is, we'll end up chasing these repairs, and we'll end up sitting here again, and then sitting here again and doing the same thing. And so I try to fit. So one thing that when I was talking to County Administrator, Ms. Benitez about this,
Mhm.
what is the requirement for the offices to stay in Charlestown?
I know the sheriff's office, they have to have an office in town. Now, he is in Bardane, but his tax office is in town. I'm pretty sure most of the county offices have to stay within the county seat, especially like your electeds. Now, I'm not 100% sure about that. Nathan may know better than me, but I do know that some electeds probably have to stay within the county seat. The county commission probably has to stay within the county seat.
That's sort of my understanding, but
Yeah,
Nathan may
and
know more.
I can look at that for you as with regard to every county office. But the courthouse, I am pretty positive has to be in the city. And also, I think probably the county offices as well, but I can bring that information back to you.
Good question.
Sure. It's a good question.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, a lot of research. Thank you, Laura.
You're welcome.
Well,
Thank
yeah,
you.
I know they've been lots of maintenance and patchwork and
It is.
doing the best they can.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. I'm on agenda item number 11, finally. We're only an hour behind. Please introduce yourselves and clarify whether or not you're requesting a vote on the pilot today, this evening.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Tabb. My name is Chris Callis. I'm with Jackson Kelly in Charleston, West Virginia. I've been doing energy and utility development for about 25 years. And in that connection, I'm happy to be here on behalf of Wild Hill Solar and EDF Renewables Company. Our initial expectation was that we would call for a action at this meeting. As you know, we've made a determination that it's better to simply have a presentation. I'm here with Alyssa Vogt of EDF Renewables, who really is going to go through the company's presentation. My reason for being here is primarily to answer legal and technical questions about the pilot and lease documents that would effectuate the pilot transaction.
Okay. All right, you have the floor.
Hello, thank you all for taking some time to meet with us today. Again, my name is Alyssa Vogt. I'm a project developer with EDF Renewables that is working on the Wild Hill Solar project. Again, I want to reiterate, we are not requesting a vote tonight, but we do need a vote on July 11th. I want to be very clear on that. And so we are excited to be here to present this information and to answer questions. And I'm happy to do that over the next couple of weeks as well. So I've been a project developer with EDF Renewables for 2.5 years. I've been working in this industry for 5 years. I actually grew up in a town that reminds me a lot of what I find here in Jefferson County. I grew up roughly an hour outside of Chicago. My dad grew up in rural Indiana and wanted to live somewhere that felt close to his rural roots still. So the subdivision that I grew up was surrounded by cornfields. But then as I started growing up and getting older, and by the time I was in high school, there were no more cornfields in my town. It was all subdivisions and housing. But I also grew up in a community where I was also surrounded by wind turbines. So when I would visit my grandma in southern Indiana, or when you would take bus rides to different cross-country meets in southern Illinois, I grew up seeing wind turbines throughout. There was actually a girl on my bus who would get so excited every time she saw a turbine, she would run over to the bus window and yell windmills, and then we would all run over to that side of the bus.
We are an hour behind. Can we get into the presentation, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
And so I do want to talk about EDF Renewables, who EDF Renewables is. EDF Renewables has been operating in the United States for 40 years. We started as a operator and maintenance provider. So that meant that there was a developer who would come in, construct the projects, and then they would contract with EDF to provide that operations and maintenance. We saw an opportunity in the early 2000s to move into development. The market changed. And so we took that expertise of operating and maintaining facilities to then site projects responsibly. So taking input from our existing landowners, from those host communities to, again, site projects responsibly. And we have successfully developed over 145 projects across North America. A lot of folks brought up Blake Solar. Again, I want to iterate, that is not our project. We are not that company. And so a little bit about Wild Hill. It sits on roughly 840 acres. It sits on Cabletown Road and Old Shenandoah. It does butt up against the Cloverdale neighborhood. We have 6 parcels under lease. We are not purchasing property. I guess we have 3 acres that we are going to purchase for a substation to connect into the transmission line. But all of our other ground is leased. And so that means at the end of the life of this project, it gets returned back to those farmers. We can move on to the next slide. Wild Hill Solar has been a partner in Jefferson County for 5 years. We started land acquisition efforts, so talking with our landowners to sign solar leases in 2019. Since 2019, we have then sought our permits in West Virginia. You need a state permit and a local permit. We were granted those permits in February of 2021 from West Virginia and October of 2022 from Jefferson County. We also received an interconnection agreement. That is with the local utility, First Energy, PJM, the regional transmission organization, and us all agreeing, saying, yes, we can bring this project onto the grid. And over those 5 years, we have been a strong partner in Jefferson County. We have worked with the Boys and Girls Club, Citizens Fire Company, Jefferson County Ministries, Jefferson County Fair Association, and the 4-H to donate over $25,000 over 5 years. We actually recently just donated STEM kits to the local 4-H and Boys and Girls Club. And so where we're at right now is we need a pilot decision. I know there's a lot of confusion out there as to why EDF is seeking a pilot and Blake Solar did not. And what I can say to that is I am just as confused as this community. I have been doing this job for 5 years at 2 different companies. Every single project I've worked on has required a pilot agreement to be economically feasible. And so I would love to see Blake Solar's financial model because I do not know how they are going to generate a profit. And so if we get a pilot approved, then we can move into construction. But again, I want to iterate, this project will not be constructed without a pilot. And so a little bit about, why do we need a pilot? So this project represents an investment of $125 million. That covers the solar panels and the steel posts, all the equipment that we need to construct this project. And so that's a very high upfront investment, and that takes us many years to pay off and start, getting a return on our investment. And so we can't afford paying high taxed amount from the first 10 years of our project. And so that's where we have come up with a pilot number. I would also like to point out that throughout the full life of the project, the 39 years that this is operational, we are projected to generate $134 million in various economic benefits that'll come back directly to Jefferson County. That includes our lease payments to our landowners, the tax revenue to the county, and then ad hoc, our construction workers who are going to stay in your hotels, who are going to rent houses in the area, who are going to eat at your local restaurants and shop at your local hardware stores for various supplies. Again, we are committed to using local labor. As our folks have already said, they have a stake into what this project looks like. They want to build a project that they are proud of and fits in their community and their landscape. We will create, 2 to 4 full-time jobs. Those are meaningful jobs. I was just at a site visit last week in which my 2 site managers had said that, they went off to college. They, were able to start working in the renewable energy industry, but they always wanted to come back home to their communities. EDF built a solar project and then they were able to start working on that solar project. And so they were reunited with their communities and their homes. And so that changed their lives. So we can keep Jefferson County residents in Jefferson County. And again, I want to emphasize that this has minimal impact on public services. We are not going to strain the school district. We are not going to strain roads. We're not going to strain water and sewer services. This is a stable revenue that'll come to the community without creating an additional tax burden. And so now to get into the nitty-gritty of, the pilot information. And again, please interrupt me with questions that you have.
Well, I do want to interrupt then since you did
Yeah.
that. She made a comment that environmentally, all these companies except for, just escaped me, the other company that did this, that's doing it without the pilot, doing it from the tax base. But you've done this in West Virginia and representing different companies doing this. Is that the case, that these are all pilot programs except for this one?
I can give that answer to you in two perspectives. It is my experience on solar projects that are, considerably more recent, that yes, the one that we've talked about, Blake, is the only one with which I'm familiar that's under development or under consideration with other clients that I work with, where a pilot was not an expectation. I can also tell you that with respect to much larger projects, gas combined cycle projects that I have worked on quite a few of, they uniformly use pilot arrangements, and they would not be able to construct without them under the property tax regime that we have in West Virginia. So yes, it's fairly uniform across the industry.
And you said a key word recently. So how long has this pilot been we've been doing this in West Virginia?
I have been working on tax abatement structures for energy projects since 1999, when I did a couple in Wayne County for gas peakers that we don't even have anymore. So going back at least that far.
Do you see any drastic repercussions of counties that have executed a pilot program to where there was some kind of fear of loss of revenue or something that the company, here's the bottom line of that. My concern, one of the concerns that I voiced to you the other night was, 5 years from down the road, they sell, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Wytheville, Virginia, that solar company sold to an Israeli company, and they leveraged a lot of fines, and they ended up destroying the ground. What legally do we have for our protection that EDF won't do that to this land and to our county?
For every project that you have, solar and non-solar in your county, there are enforcement mechanisms relating to environmental obligations that can be pursued in the event that permits and other requirements from an environmental liability perspective aren't being led up to. That is not really something that goes to a pilot arrangement or not. A pilot arrangement simply is an adjustment to property tax revenue, and you're going to be holding that for the entire term of the pilot. If there's a change in ownership of the company, the project company, in this case, Wild Hill Solar, is still going to be the functioning entity that has the obligations both under the permits for environmental liability and under the pilot arrangement in the lease.
So you said the tax structure of West Virginia is not conducive to this type of structure without pilot. Is other companies that have done this before without pilots, are they subsidized or something by federal government or?
Well, I can give you one example where a pilot is not typically used, and it goes to that. I wouldn't call it a subsidy, but I've represented a lot of wind power companies in West Virginia. They typically do not have pilot arrangements, although some have considered it. And the reason is that the basis for their property tax liability is one that takes into account salvage value for pollution control facility valuation. So a large part of the capital costs of those are considered as pollution control facilities, and those are taxed essentially for ad valorem property tax purposes at 5%.
So that's a less tax base anyway.
Yes, but that is not true for projects like this one. It's not true for the gas projects, and that's why they need pilots where wind facilities typically do not get them.
If counties across West Virginia said no to pilots, what would happen to our energy?
Well, you would still get energy. It's not a question of whether energy is going to be available in the state. It's a question of where projects that can bring economic development opportunities to locations will be built. Will it be here, and will you get pilot revenues? and lease revenues, or will it be built someplace else and you won't get those?
I'm doing a hypothetical. So the hypothetical, no pilots are allowed. No county wants it because they're concerned about the tax base. Does that mean we import all our energy? That we don't have access to our energy internally?
There really is no connection between the concept of whether we import or export energy. West Virginia typically has been an exporting state for energy over a long period with coal. It's becoming less and less that way. It's like a big bathtub, and it has lots of places where energy is going in, and that crosses state lines, and lots of places where energy is coming out. That's the load. That crosses state lines as well. So it's really difficult to say that any one project in any given state is serving residents nearby, although electrons generated in those areas typically are used closest to where they're needed.
Because we heard a public comment tonight about how energy is being shipped for the data centers in Virginia, right? And so some of the concerns are, can we keep this energy here, right? And it doesn't sound like that's the case. We get into the grid, it goes out, and it gets farmed to where the biggest need is. That's what I remember from our conversation. So really, there's no guarantee that we're going to be the beneficiaries of it, but we're part of a larger grid. We're going to get power anyway. So what I'm hearing is that the only benefit to our county is that there's going to be a substantial dividend, or not dividend, it's the wrong word, but the pilot. So it's a payment in lieu of taxes. So we're going to get a dependable income, but not at the tax base that we would want to get, because we want to tax you at the full rate, right? Is that what I'm hearing? Is that?
I think that's exactly what you're hearing.
And as an summary, I'm a ranger, so we got to dumb it down to third grade.
No.
In regards to the tax revenue, yes, but local generation is always good. Local generation benefits everyone. So.
Right.
Yeah, I've heard this question many times in presentations before commissions like this one. And the example that comes to my mind is, you would love it if it could export as many peaches and apples from this county as you could. You would love it if you had a manufacturing facility that employed people here and you could export as much as you wanted.
I get
Energy is the same way.
I get that analogy, but here's the deal. If I have peaches to export, yes, I would, but I want to feed my people too. My kids need to eat. So if we're going to use an analogy, let's just say that our people need power.
Yeah.
Our people need to live. We also need to, you just heard a building assessment that says that we are in decayed buildings. So as much as we want to export, I get it. Character and wealth grows when you share it. So if that's the case, then we're very concerned about how something like this goes. And so if you're the experts on it, then we need to hear more of how this would work. Does that make sense?
It does, and we're happy to share that with you.
Okay. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Fox. So
No, you're good. So I guess to get back into the pilot. So a pilot is a payment in lieu of taxes. So we are committing to make a payment in lieu of the personal property taxes that we would otherwise pay on that $125 million construction investment. Under the pilot arrangement, again, we are agreeing to make annual payments, and that why we're speaking to the county commission today is because you are a tax levying body, and so you are listed based on the West Virginia Code as an approval authority for the pilot. The school board or the Board of Education is also a tax levying body, and so they are also an approval authority. If you are able to, put a tax levy out onto your constituents, you are also allowed to, work with us to discuss a pilot.
And approve.
So I do have a question,
Yeah.
since you're talking about the definition of pilot. So payment in lieu of taxes. From the pilot agreement brief that was given to the commission a few months ago, they talked about the pilot being negotiable. So in essence, it doesn't have to be a pilot in lieu of all taxes. It could be a pilot in lieu of partial taxes, or whatever the negotiations comes about. So my question to you is, and I'm asking this from not at you. I'm asking it as a person who has not been privy and who has only been, this is his second meeting. So I'm not privy to all the things that have happened previous to now. So I wanted to get up to speed. Has there been some level of negotiations with respect to the total payments and the approach and the agreement that you're proposing today?
We have not received feedback on the dollar amount that we have proposed.
That's very interesting.
And so, yep, I'll leave it at that.
That's very important.
Madam President, have we had a discussion at the commission about a pilot before right now?
No, we haven't.
Just to
This is
clarify.
I would,
been on the agenda.
I would like to offer, so my predecessor did make 2 presentations. I guess, I know he made at least 1 presentation to the county commissioners. I think that some folks on this board weren't present when those
That was last
were
year,
had.
right?
Yeah, so I think it was,
That's been several years.
I think May of 2023 was when it was May or June of 2023. They are on the
I
county
believe that's right.
records.
Okay, all right, well, my memory's not.
But there was no,
No action.
obviously no actions. It was just a briefing.
Correct.
And so no negotiations have happened thus far. And then we're supposed to make a decision. Up until now would have been today.
Is this our first look at any pilots? Or did we do
No,
a
no, this
pilot with
particular.
Rock?
There is a pilot with Rockwell.
Okay.
It depends on what you mean by our. The county
Yeah.
commission as an institution has. But 3 of the 4 commissioners, myself,
You're right.
Dr. Cook, Commissioner Upson, I've never discussed a pilot in any business meeting
You're
with
right.
the county commission.
And I take, just like, anybody that's stepping into office, I take that as what our responsibilities are in whoever our predecessors were. So our, as the commission is what I
Right.
meant. So thank you for
Okay.
clarifying.
Yeah.
And to that point, I don't know what happened with Rockwell, and I have, a lot of anecdotal information from my family, what happened with Rockwell. And so it goes back to, we are talking about something that is very sensitive, right, to a lot of people. And we've gone through a lot of turmoil in the last year. And so I do appreciate the EDF's decision to wait on the vote. So full transparency, I met with Ms. Vaught the other night, but I also met with Mr. Ziegler and walked the farm that where it's at. And I wanted to get full understanding. So I've asked Ms. Benitez to allow me to hold a town hall. And so it was approved. And so on July 1st at 6 p.m. in Shepherdstown, we're doing with Commissioner Upson to do a town hall to hear the voices of those people that want to say why there's not a pilot, right? Or why we should not do a pilot. So I've heard this discussion on your side, and I've heard a lot of discussion tonight from those that came up against it. And I marked everybody's name down so I can understand and I want to talk to them specifically, right? So I think the question is not just EDF. I think the question before the commissioners is pilot a good strategy in the future, right? And that's a bigger question. Because to the point of you come in, then who's the next company that comes in? We've got precedent with Rockwell, and now we're talking about doing it with an energy. And I know that you said that you've been here 5 years, and that's very commendable for your persistence. And I understand that it takes a long time for things to get up and running, especially when you have to go through a lot of us type of bureaucracy. But at the end of the day, I think that our county also needs to heal, right? And I think our county needs to also have the freedom to be able to say they have a voice in this. So so I'm inviting you to the July 1st. It went out public today for the town hall that'll be held in Shepherdstown. So I know that's out there. So, but again, I wanted to let everybody know that I had met with you. I ended up not getting a response quickly. So I called EDF's headquarters and I got a hold of Kate O'Neill, who's the vice president.
O'Hare,
thank you. Once this came out, I saw that she was on the contract. So I tracked her down and I called her, and then she put me in with Carl
Pierce,
to work getting this delayed, right, to the July. So that way that gave us enough time to do some more research.
Yeah, and that brings up a good point that I would like to discuss further as to why are we here now asking for this pilot and why do I have a deadline?
That was my next question.
Yeah, and so I heard the constituents' request to wait until November, to wait until elected folks are put in their seats. And again, we have been here for 5 years. We have millions of dollars that we have already invested into getting this project this far. We have an additional $1 million going at risk in July in order to procure our equipment and meet our construction and COD, which is commercial operations date timelines. And my company is saying we are not willing to make that investment and put an additional $1 million at risk unless we have progress on a pilot.
Right, and I'm sorry. But
No, I'm sorry. I just want to say, this is the first time I've seen the document or a deadline on a pilot. It's been discussed generally or as a concept, but this is the first time I've seen the document, and that's a very short timeline for this kind of decision.
And to Commissioner Tabb's point, you don't just have us, you have the Board of Education.
Correct.
Have they been responsive?
They have not.
So we are, you see our point, we are in a position where you are trying to do something with us and we're only half the vote.
Mhm.
And the other half's not even talking to you.
Mhm. I'm very aware of that, yes.
Okay.
And they don't even understand, I don't think, that the ramifications of this precedent of doing a pilot, right, with the energy company.
I can tell you, Commissioner Cook, that we have been before the Board of Education, even more than we've been before this body, I think at least 3 times. I was there all 3 to talk with them about all manner of details about this project and how a pilot worked.
Sure.
So they are informed of the arrangement that we've sought. They have seen these documents or facsimiles of them.
Sure.
Going back into last year, just as I believe the county commission did last May.
But you're gonna meet with the Board of Education on the 8th, is that correct?
We are not
8th
on
of
their
July?
we are not on their
8th of July.
agenda for the 8th. The intent is to go and speak, and then the hope is to get put on their agenda for July 22nd for an approval.
You just said it July 11th. What's the deadline?
That's for us.
July 11th is for the county commission, and then July 22nd is when we would go and approach the Board of Education.
And I do believe in landowner rights. I do believe that Mr. Ziegler and the Huffs and the Bristlers have that authority to do whatever they want with their land. It's their land. Because we're a tax levying institution or organization, and because the way it's written that we're involved in this, and what is that greater impact? I think it's important for us to weigh it all, right? And so Mr. Ziegler's, the Huffs, the Ristlers, EDF, the school board, our county, we have a responsibility to make sure that we come to this with full transparency so that when we make a decision, they trust that we've made the best decision we can.
Yeah. And I want to be clear that there is a possibility that my company gets a signal and we have to walk away without even pursuing a decision.
Sure. Understood.
So do you have a question?
No,
I
have more you want to share with us? You have
I
more
do
questions from the side of the table.
have a specific slide that I would like us to look at. That one right there. Yes, thank you. So this is a comparative view. So again, what we are saying is this project is not moving forward without a pilot. And so what I wanted to show.
Interrupt you as you're speaking, and please repeat it. Could you tell me what page that's on, since I can't read the screen?
8. And unfortunately, that one is not labeled, but it's right after
It's
7.
comparative view year 1 tax revenue.
Yes.
That's the title. I've
Yep.
got it. I'm sorry to interrupt. Please
No,
go
you're
ahead.
good. And so this shows what the current tax revenue is on the parcels under their current ag use. So the county is currently receiving roughly $13,000 per year on these 6 parcels that we have under options to lease. If this project moves forward through the pilot agreement, through the lease agreement, which I did not discuss the intricacies of those 2 agreements, and we can come back to that. Plus, we're committed to make a one-time contribution to the Board of Education, plus the real property taxes we are estimating that you'll get an additional revenue of $850,000 from the first year of our project being operational.
Are you gonna continue?
Are there questions on that?
That's significantly more than 13,000.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
I
And
wanna
if
highlight
if I could just ask another question that's along the same lines and then I'll cede the floor.
Yep.
What would it be without the pilot?
So again, I want to say this project is not going to move forward without a pilot.
Right.
So it's $13,000.
Oh, I see what you did there. Okay. I'd like to ask maybe the assessor or somebody else if a hypothetical project were to
I do have that
proceed.
number.
Oh, you do?
It is roughly 65 to 70 million.
60, say that again?
65 to 70 million.
As compared with 28, over $28 million over the same period. Is that right?
Yeah. So if you go to the next slide.
We just go back to the tax revenue for 2023.
Yep.
That's tax revenue on farmland.
Correct.
That's why it's so low.
Yes.
And
That's an existing use today.
Right.
And Mr. Ziegler pointed out when I walked with him, he's a 70-year-old farmer and his children don't farm. And he said to keep the farming going, he's going to have to hire, and he said that this evening during comments, he would have to hire people to come in and farm the land for him. And that revenue wouldn't even generate enough to pay the taxes because he's spending so much money out. And this is just, again, back of the napkin math that he was sharing. But he's in a position to where it won't generate longevity, what we're even showing here.
Dr. Cook, I think you're raising an issue that is very important for the long-term planning for our county. And I have some views on that. I'm thinking about it a lot. But the core principle here is if it's not going to be a farm, what's it going to be?
Right.
That's the big question. And it could be a solar project. It could be a housing development. He actually made that comment earlier today.
That's right.
It could be something else. But I think for tonight, I'm just looking at the pilot issue only because there's a broader discussion about what should the future of our county be. Is it going to be solar farms everywhere? Is it going to be housing developments everywhere? Is it going to be a mix? Are we going to have some agro-tourism? I'm focusing on the question of pilots only.
Well, and I understand that, but I do want to make one comment. As a farmer, we're making a living. We're not wealthy, but we're making a living. It is possible. It depends. There's a lot of circumstances. So Mr. Ziegler has his situation. We have ours, and other farmers are making a living in Jefferson County, but that's to every individual operation. It's not universal that every farmer can't make it.
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to make that clear.
Yeah.
I had a couple more questions in a statement, but I wanted to wait until you were finished with your presentation. if you
Yeah,
don't.
So if you, go to the next slide. So this is the analysis from the project life. So again, we estimated what the property taxes would be based on the current ag use. I did escalate that at 2.5% over the years. And so that's where that 970,000 number comes from. And so then the pilot agreement, that would total, almost $13 million. That's a $200,000 payment that escalates at 2.5% per year. The pilot gets distributed based on currently how property taxes are currently distributed based on taxing jurisdictions. So that means roughly 77% of the pilot number would go to the Board of Education, and then the remaining would go to Jefferson County. The lease payment, so that is a $15.6 million number. That is $400,000 per year. That goes directly to the county. The county, you as the commissioners, get to decide how that $15.6 million number is distributed. If you want to put that towards the utilities for the buildings and facilities that need some funding, if you want to dedicate that to...
We understand our role. Thank you. But to that point, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but just that it is late. That translates to about $732,220 a year minus the $250,000 to the school board, right? So an annual to the county,
Mhm,
$730,000.
Yep.
Okay.
Now you can ask questions.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, all right.
Or additional questions.
Yeah, yeah.
There's some additional information throughout this that talks about like the actual pilot code, which Chris can answer, but
Yeah,
I want to respect your time.
yes, it is getting late. So any further questions?
Oh, yeah. Several. I'll try and go quick. You stated that there was no negotiations up until now, but you have been coordinating enough to be able to put information into your agreement, correct? So for instance, it states that the lease payments will enable the commission to fund all or substantial portion of costs associated with salaries of firefighters and EMS. So fire EMS funding. There was some level of conversation, correct, for you for that to get in here. Is that correct?
I can tell you based on recollection that I think in discussions with county staff, they weren't with me, but I believe with Alyssa's predecessor, that concern about fire EMS funding was something that was expressed to us. And that is why in the resolution and in the pilot agreement that is mentioned. Certainly, as Dr. Cook said, the county can spend its money however it likes, but that certainly was something that was expressed to us as being a prerogative and something that was
But it
important
can't be
here.
however it likes if it's specifically in here that states it's for fire EMS funding, correct?
I don't think there's anything in the resolution or the pilot arrangement that suggests that it would have to be spent in that way.
So
That's certainly my assessment of it in drafting now.
So based on what you've been hearing is what the reason why you put that in there.
That's
But there has been specific discussions with the director of EMS on his priorities on how he thinks the payments would best support his efforts under his leadership and his scope of
I
information.
cannot tell you, Commissioner Upson, that had anything to do with Director of EMS.
So
I can tell you that was a county expression of interest and funding priorities that we received.
Okay, all right, so based on that, real quick, you stated you had expectations on timelines with, in particular, 11 July decision, a 22 July hopeful decision from the Board of Education. So here's my approach. From my perspective, I think it's valuable for us as a commission to get inputs from all the stakeholders that are mentioned in this agreement. I think that's very, very fair, and that's due diligence, and that's the right thing to do. And that's what I would like to happen before we make a decision. For instance, as I won't go over what we just talked about, but for instance, the fire and EMS funding, I would like to get inputs from the director of EMS to better understand what the direct and indirect benefits to the county is, because it literally states in the agreement that the county commission is basically stating that they, that they agree with some level of benefits to the county. I want to be able to go back to my constituents and say, here's the direct and here's the indirect benefits of this pilot. And I can't do that now.
And I would also like to offer, if you do get feedback from your constituents and they want that directed somewhere else, that's your prerogative to come back and say, we want this to go somewhere else.
Well, do we have, I don't know. I've never been in negotiations for a pilot on the drafting of it specifically. Do we have to say where the money is going to go? I mean, does it just come in the county coffers and whatever the priorities are at that time, you make the decisions? Because I mean, this is long-term.
Yeah, and so, I would like Mr. Callis speak more to that, but I too shared a little misgiving about how it's currently worded.
Drafted.
And I get what he's saying is he's just talked to folks over the years and that was a concern about fire and EMS. And it may well be where you want the money to go if you would choose to do this. I don't know. That's your all's call. But I would certainly want to make it clear that it is your all's decision in the documents as to where it goes, not limited to any particular thing. I don't think Mr. Callis has intended to limit it that way. I just didn't want it to be read that way. That's all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
not
my
at all.
concern. Yeah.
That's correct.
So, I'm sorry, I'm trying to hurry up, but I think it's very important. Article 3, Section 3.02, payments in lieu of taxes, specifically states the distribution of payments will go to the sheriff of the county. How is that? I'm a new person, so I'm asking, not being privy. If funds are, lease payments and funds are associated with fire and EMS funding, is it appropriate for the sheriff department to receive that and then distribute it throughout the county?
And I think, and Mr. Callis again may want to speak to this, it's his agreement, not mine. I didn't have any hand in it. But I think from reading the agreement, what it's saying is the money that comes from this would go to the sheriff, just like taxes go to the sheriff, and then the sheriff would distribute it out. However, that's required, but Mr. Callis can speak.
Mr. Cochran, that's exactly right. In fact, the statute 819.4, which is a statute that governs, among other things, pilot arrangements for energy facilities, requires that, number one, pilot payments be distributed in the same manner as property taxes. And I believe, subject to check, that they go to the sheriff for that purpose, which is where property taxes would go.
Just want to make sure, it's my second meeting, I'm the new guy.
Understood.
So that
Happy
was,
to help.
but I want to make, it needs to be clear. So I'll wrap it up here, continuing with the expectations. So in an ideal world, I would like to have the Board of Education get their inputs to us prior to us making a decision. I think that if monies are going to be going towards to them as well, I think their inputs and recommendations will be of great value prior to the 11 July expected decision. Same thing applies to our very own County Development Authority. I think they should be involved, and I would like to get inputs and recommendations from them. They have expertise as well. The point I'm trying to make is, and this is not directing to you, I'm just directing to everyone, is from a commission perspective, is we have to be able to gather as much information as we can to make an informed decision. And I don't want to be back into a corner until I have all the information that I need to make a decision. That's, I'm not trying to be pointed or say it in a bad way, but I want to bring everybody together to figure out the best approach, whether you need to call, whether you need to bang down doors, but I want everyone to work together to get the inputs and recommendations that we need to us so that we can make informed decisions at the right time. If it's 11 July, that'd be great. But if it's 22 July, there needs to be some negotiations and discussions about that. You guys were able to assist in helping us gather more information, and I appreciate that. You decide, you wanted it tonight. So I think there's some room for, and I'll use that term again, negotiate. You want us to support you, and so we would like a little bit of support as well and some leeway to help us get to that decision. So that way, whatever the inputs are, we'll be better informed, and then we'll be all the issues and concerns the rest. For instance, the 1 July town hall. I think that's huge. We're getting input from stakeholders, but the public is a stakeholder as well. I wanted to get all of the information. So I don't want to be backed into a corner. I want to do it the right way. So,
And I think we may need a work session with our legal counsel too. I mean, this is a lot to digest and even consider the deadline, which right now I don't see how we can meet that deadline.
Well, there's a lot going on.
Yes,
right?
there is a
There's
lot.
a lot going on. There's a lot of people talking behind the scenes. I know that when I talked to Carl and you the other night, I said, I need to see what a reclaimed field looks like. Because you said that EDF has reclaimed some wind turbine fields. I want to talk to some county and some of those landowners that say, yes, you held up to your end of the bargain. I want to see some photos of that. And now all these requests I made to her the other night, and then I made again to Mr. Carl a couple nights ago when we talked on the phone. And then I ended up getting a first set of pictures today. So I appreciate that. So they have been, to your point, Commissioner Upson, about trying to do their assistance or being able to help us come to a decision, right? So don't know how soon we're going to get to those people that are going to give you a recommendation or the testimonies, but hopefully that'll be soon. We'll have the July 1st town hall. Whether or not we can figure out how to work with the Board of Education to sit down with the CDA or, I don't know how that process works, but to Commissioner Upson's point, we're going to have to talk here too.
Yeah.
Right? And you're on a timeline. The farmers are on a timeline. The constituents are on a timeline. And I don't think even that timeline, as important as it is, nobody wants to make a rush to judgment. So.
Absolutely. I appreciate your consideration in our timeline. We are operating on a day-by-day basis right now. We're going to get indication from somebody and say, now is the deadline, and I will buy as much time as I can for you all. So.
Yeah. So
I just had just a couple of factual questions. There's been discussion about meeting with the county government and who met with whom and discussed what. This is a very easy question. In basketball terms, would be a layup. Just to confirm, Mr. Callis, you and I have not met to discuss business before. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And Ms. Vogt, you and I have not met to discuss business before. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thanks for clarifying that. Okay. Just a brief statement. I generally favor lowering taxes on business to spur growth, but growth is already happening for solar. Therefore, a pilot agreement would be unnecessary and perhaps wasteful. I understand there are different perspectives on this issue. I will listen respectfully, but I can't foresee supporting this. Thank you for investing in our community or considering investing in our community. And thank you for your presentation. And I appreciate the opportunity to provide you this feedback publicly.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I don't think there's any feeling tonight to take any action. We've got more work ahead of us. So,
We appreciate your time.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We are on agenda item number 12. Oh, there's Jess.
Good evening, Commissioners. I have
Yes.
several items before you
It's
this
almost good
evening.
night.
I know. I know. Well, hopefully this will be comparatively short.
Right,
Um,
okay.
The first item I have is the approval of modification of job title. This is for, on behalf of Director Polzinski for the Emergency Communications Department. He's requesting to change the title of Emergency Medical Dispatching Coordinator to Quality Assurance Coordinator, and that's for the full-time position. And then for same position as a part-time position, he wants the title to be Quality Assurance Evaluator. It's my understanding that these requests do not seek any change in salary of the individuals, but rather better align their title to the tasks that they're doing.
Okay, I don't know.
I'm not sure if you want to take these one by one, or I can go through all of it and we can do the motions at the end.
I'm ready to make a motion on the first item.
Okay.
I'm fairly familiar with the E911 system, so I know he's trying to get the job duties more carefully outlined. I move to approve the change of job title from EMD Coordinator to Quality Assurance Coordinator for full-time and Quality Assurance Evaluator for part-time for the Department of the Jefferson County Emergency Communications.
Second.
All right. Any questions, comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you so much. The second, Jeff has a former employee who was full-time for 18 years. She retired from her career on June 1st. She is trained as a certified EPDQ, which is a police dispatch evaluator. She's indicated that she wishes to remain on staff to provide case review and feedback for the police priority dispatch system. This request would assign Stacy as quality assurance evaluator part-time, and her rate at that part-time position would be $24.61 per hour.
I'll move to acknowledge the retirement of public safety dispatcher Stacy Overmile after 18 years of service to Jefferson County and assign her to the role of a part-time quality assurance evaluator at an hourly rate of $24.61 per hour.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And then the next few are on behalf of Director Sign with the Emergency Services Agency. The first is a promotion for an employee named Colin Graham, who's currently a firefighter paramedic 1. He receives an hourly rate of $25 an hour currently. He's requesting a 3-step increase for 6 years of prior work experience, which is in accordance with the ESA's Administrative Policy 1192. The new rate requested is $26.44 per hour. He'll remain a firefighter paramedic 1, and upon successful completion of his probationary period and meeting of the requirements outlined in ESA Administrative Policy 1060, he'll receive the revised promotion to firefighter paramedics 2, step 3, with the corresponding pay rate of $28.46 per hour. And I did want to point out that in the motion on the paperwork that you have, there is a small typo. Let's see, after where it says effective June 16, it has Mr. Locke, and that should be Mr. Graham. I apologize for that typo.
Yeah, I was going
there.
to say something about that.
Yes.
Okay, Jane, want me to give it a shot?
Go ahead.
I move to approve the 3-step increase for Colin Graham for years of service in accordance with the ESA Administrative Policy 1192 from $25 an hour to $26.44 an hour effective June 16, 2024, with Mr. Graham to receive a promotion of FF/P II, step 3, at a rate of $28.46 per hour upon successful completion of the probationary period as presented. Nailed it.
Second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And I will note, budgetary note was that there no funding requested or necessary. So this is all within budget.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
We have another promotion. This is for an employee named Matthew Locke. Mr. Locke currently serves as a firefighter AEMT 2 at a rate of $21.81 per hour. Mr. Locke recently became certified to drive a second type of fire apparatus, which qualifies him for this promotion. And we're requesting his promotion to firefighter AEMT 3 at a rate of $22.36 an hour.
Madam President, I move to approve the promotion of Matthew Locke from FFAEMT 2 to FFAEMT 3 at a rate of $22.36 per hour. It's not written there, but
I'm so
at a
sorry.
rate of
Correct.
$22.36 per hour, effective June 16, 2024, as presented.
Second.
All right. Questions, discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yes. Finally, Director Sign has requested a reclassification of a position and approval to advertise. He would like to move the former office administrator position to be retitled and reclassified as the finance and administration manager. There's several reasons for this. The justification for the expansion of the duties and responsibilities and change in title include the following: the county's ownership and management of the ambulance transport service, including its fleet, supplies, maintenance, and receipt of billing revenue. Transition to the Tyler Munis financial system from an independent accounting service, which will begin July 1. The relocation of the ambulance fee service collection office from the sheriff's tax office to the Emergency Services Agency building. And commission and citizen requests for increased oversight of ESA finances. This position would be 80 hours at a grade 6 with a salary range of $57,504 to $92,006. for the new fiscal year.
I move to approve the reclassification of the ESA Office Manager position to ESA Finance and Administration Manager at a fiscal year 25 grade 6 and allow staff to advertise the vacancy as presented.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And I know the transition from the ESA board to, self-managing has really increased office staff responsibilities.
Correct. We appreciate
Yeah.
your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a
Yeah.
long day.
Yes.
But here we are. The first item that I have are the internal budget revisions. And they are attached in your packet. There is no increased funding or anything. This is just where at the end of the fiscal year, the departments have to move some monies around to make sure that other line items are within budget.
Right. Yeah, it's all within their
Within-
budget, but
correct.
it's the individual line items that are being adjusted. Yeah. I will-
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I move to approve the 6 internal budget revisions as presented for approval.
I will second that. Do our newest commissioners have any questions on this? This is something we do fairly regularly. Make sure you're comfortable with it.
But you can see, we've done it 38 times already this year.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of revisions
Yeah,
this
we've had a
year.
lot of
You're
revisions
still
this year.
practicing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I actually do have a comment.
Okay.
Did you have a question?
Oh, no, you had asked about from the new commissioners. I can state that a couple of days ago, I was in Betsy's office watching her literally do this while she was going back and forth on the screen. I have full confidence that these are correct and you absolutely have approval.
Okay.
Terrific. Thank you. And just a quick comment. Thank you so much for all your hard work this budget season. This has been a very difficult budget season, and yet you've been able to have some terrific outcomes for our county and our taxpayers despite being understaffed. We had discussed a report on the past year. Is that something that we can see perhaps at the next meeting or the meeting after that?
The goal is, and when I get into my next agenda item, I'll explain where my time has gone
Okay.
recently. So I had not gotten you, I do have a note that you've requested a report on what we found in FY24
All right.
and where we found that, I don't want to use the word found. The money
Right.
was never missing for, I think, the 30th time I've said it at a commission meeting.
It was not correctly accounted for.
Correct. It was not correctly reported to the state or reported in our financial system. So we have spent countless hours over the past 4 months getting everything to match with what the state had approved, what the commission had approved with their budget for FY24, what was sent to the state, and to have our accounting system represent all of that. And
Yeah, that's the type of report that doesn't need to be rushed. Take whatever time you need, and we'd like to close this chapter with a report that we can present to the public so we can show them what the heck happened. Thank you again, and I'll be voting yes.
Okay. The motion is on the floor to approve the budget revisions as presented. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
fantastic. Okay, now we're going to get down to the nitty gritty here for FY25. As you expressed, commissioners, this FY25 budget deliberation, that was very painful for all of us involved. So going back through, making corrections for FY24, we were able to have about a $2 million amount of money put into our contingency fund, as well as funding for our capital outlay and our stability fund. With that being said, I have some recommendations. Before I get into those recommendations for FY25, I just want to give a little update. It's not on the agenda. We talked about ARPA earlier for the $14,000 for the HVAC. We have that in the ARPA 48, which is already, they were originally granted, I do believe, $5 million to ESA. And we're at about $700,000, between $500,000 to $700,000 they still have available in their budget. And we are transferring 300,000 out of that back to our general fund for FY25. Now, I'm very excited about this. A quick little update on our ESA transition. This has been a painful process for all those involved. But I am very excited to report to all of you that ESA, we have them in our payroll system now. All ESA employees will receive their first pay. If I'm talking too fast, just tell me to pump the brakes.
Keep going.
Because I talk fast. Our ESA employees, we have about 80 employees that we're bringing on board. They will receive their first check through the county finance office down underneath County Clerk Shadle this coming Friday. Sherry, I want to give a huge shout out and thank you to Mike Sine, John Lyons, Sarah, I only know her, Sarah C. Considine, and Sherry Carr. And we have all put in a lot of hours testing, working through their e-schedule, getting the template done. We are actually all working this weekend to run some tests and get this payroll to make sure all of our T's are crossed and I's are dotted as this starts our new fiscal year, number one. Number two, we have our county benefits. For the other county departments, the new open enrollment rates go into effect July 1. And so it's going to be a long weekend. But anyway, huge thank you. This group of individuals they kept me sane and had me calm down, and it's
Now,
been challenging.
I will say there were some times you weren't real calm, but that's okay.
No.
Well, none of us were calm that summer.
This was, I know, with the original goal, if I recall correctly, when the ESA board was dissolved in May of last year, I think the goal was to try to get it up and running by July 1 of last year. We had a lot of changes.
Yeah, a lot of staffing changes.
A lot of staffing changes, but we saw that this little group that we have here, we kept pushing forward and trying to get it up and running. And now we're a year late, but it's done.
Yeah.
July 1, their finances are, their budget will be in our software system. All of their invoices will run through the accounts payable department underneath County Clerk Shadle. So this is very exciting.
Well, and their paychecks are very challenging because they don't work.
They work a
office
24-hour
hours.
shift.
Right, yeah.
So,
Yeah,
so
get it all to fit.
it's going to be interesting. So I'm very excited for this transition to be done. At the next step, I will be working with Eddie next week, over the next week or two, because then we'll have to start the transfer of the checking accounts and getting that money and figuring all that out. So we still have a few little hurdles to get through, but we're well on our way to getting across that finish line. So anyway, let's move on to our budget request. I've had some feedback for some part-time employees. I am asking you to approve a 50 cent per hour increase for all of our part-time staff. I want to be clear. Our public safety, our bailiffs, our dispatchers, and our ESA, that is the majority of our part-time staff. They carry this county. The majority of our bailiffs for all of our court systems, I think we have 5 full-time bailiffs. The rest are part-time bailiffs. They keep the courts safe. So the same thing, with the 911 dispatchers, they backfill. These are the people that would do that midnight shift. And again, I'm backfilling for ESA. I'm asking you to approve it. It's about $45,000 total, including their taxes. We do not pay retirement benefits to part-time. That is a high estimate as to what it's actually going to cost. I base that on a 1,040 hour, which is pretty much the maximum you can work for a part-time before you have to start offering additional benefits. So do you want me to just go down through all of them and you can go back and make a motion to accept all or do one by one?
Well,
No, not one by one.
no,
That's-
no, we'll do it.
All at one time?
If we decide to go, and then also explain where the money is coming from to do these.
All right. All of my requests are coming from that contingency fund. We approved about $850,000 at the last meeting for the full-time cost of living increase.
Right.
So that would take us down to a little bit, about like 1.1 million still left in that contingency fund.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure. We still got
Yep.
money left over. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Parks and Rec. again, very painful during budget deliberations. The fireworks was removed because of trying to get that budget to balance with the information that we had at hand at the time. I'm asking you to reinstate that $10,000 for the fireworks. I know that in the past, Jennifer has, she came before you to ask for that money, and then you requested her to put it into her budget presentation. She did. I'm asking you to approve it, to put it back.
And this will be for fireworks for 2025? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay. This is also 10,000 for the scholarship that we have been doing for quite some time to assist, I don't want to say students, the children or people who come to the Parks and Rec that may not have the financial means. I'm assuming it's to assist less fortunate children or adults. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now, here's the big one. Personnel. Now, going through the budget process and looking and listening to hours and hours of budget deliberations from FY24, the county commission, you approved $558,142 for personnel to subsidize the personnel for Parks and Rec in FY24. It was entered into our software system at $621,000. So that something wasn't jiving at all. That's one of the things that we have corrected. So anyway, this past for FY25, you approved $523,281. I'm asking you to approve an additional $62,768 for Parks and Rec personnel to get them back to the FY24 approved amount and adding a 5% COLA for those employees as well.
That would make them even with the other departments.
Correct.
Yeah, as far as COLA.
As far as what we were,
Make
as far as what we're
them whole.
subsidizing.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah,
I think that's appropriate.
yeah, I think so too.
Okay. And the county commission, Eddie has asked to put in for 3 employees to do it's $1,200 per employee to do the local Jefferson Leadership Program through the local Chamber of Commerce.
That's a very good program.
I have heard some great feedback on that. And also the advertising and legal publications for Department 401 County Commission, that got overlooked. We have to advertise and run a lot of legal publications. So we need money in that line item. And it's about $6,000 to handle everything that we have to publish in papers.
So I understand the total is 137.
I'm sorry?
The total is 137,368.
Yes.
Who wants to make these motions?
Can we do a consent agenda?
Go ahead.
All right, I motion to approve all as listed as consent agenda item I motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
All right. We need any questions or discussion?
I'll make this, I just made it as a brief aside, but to speak a little bit more formally, it was unfortunate that we had to cut budget here and there. And one of the most painful moments was for the Parks and Rec Department. I'm glad we're rectifying that wrong. And thank you for your leadership on the budget. We already talked about how difficult it was this year, but it's worthy of reiteration.
Yes.
We, through your work, have been able to identify contingency funds to now make that department whole, to make sure that our dedicated staff are paid as they should be and receive a COLA adjustment as everybody else in the county has. And I think that's appropriate. It's overdue. I'm glad we could fix that. Another comment I have, $3,600 for local leadership, Jefferson. Most people are just going to look right past us. What's the big deal? I've seen that our county administrators really emphasizing training for our staff. And as a county that keeps a low tax base, one of the ways that we can retain staff and help staff grow without having to pay Loudoun County prices is by having good training programs. So I just wanted to highlight that. I think that's a good strategy and I support it.
Okay. So the motion's on the floor. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice work.
I was I don't know how anybody feels. I'm getting pretty fizzled myself, but do we want to complete item number 14? I don't know if it's very time sensitive. I mean, I think it's, clarification on a lot of things with the Development Authority, but.
Is that even on?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'd like
You
to
didn't
proceed.
think of it.
Sure.
Okay.
So I'll run through it pretty quickly. We had talked about the bylaws revision. It's my understanding that Mr. Cochran has been able to review the bylaws. He has some suggestions. So my new motion would be not to approve the bylaws, but to have Nathan and me work on those revisions and get the JCDA to pass a new version of the bylaws to bring back to you.
Okay.
That's
Adam,
easy.
That sounds like a good plan. All
Did you
right.
say you needed a motion for that, County Administrator?
I really don't.
I would recommend it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Membership update?
So with that, the state of West Virginia removed all requirements with regard to membership in development authorities. So I have there a suggested motion that changes how we, the membership of a development authority in this county. So I included what we had passed in the past. This is what the makeup that the JCDA board has requested. The big change is that it would include someone from the agribusiness. The reason why it's important to pass is quickly is because we have people who have been sitting on expired terms since April. If we pass this and then approve solicitation of it now, then we're looking at getting new people maybe in August. So I would recommend we move forward if you feel comfortable on changing the consistency of the board.
I think it's a good idea. Is there a draft motion here we could recite?
Yeah, if you go into the attached memo, it should be the highlighted on the bottom of this, on the top of the second page.
I don't have it. Somebody else.
Okay. All right, I'll move to amend the makeup of the Jefferson County Development Authority Board to consist of 15 members, to be structured as follows. One representative from each municipality in the county, one county commissioner, one representative from the Board of Ed, one business representative, one industry representative, one agribusiness representative, one labor representative, and 4 citizen representatives.
Second.
Okay.
County Administrator, do you have confidence that you can keep straight the difference between business, industry, and agribusiness? This sounds a little.
Business and industry are categories that we had from before. And so the JCDA didn't want to change those. But
Okay.
agribusiness is what they wanted to add in addition. They wanted someone with background in agribusiness.
And I believe those were also categories that were in the statute.
They're in the statute.
But I think that they have modified the statute this year. But nonetheless, that was the statutory language.
Thank you.
As far as business and industry. And that's
Well, I'm very glad to see the agribusiness representative added to the board.
That's what we need here. Agribusiness.
Yes. Okay. So the motion is on the floor. Let's see, I made the motion, somebody seconded it, right? Okay, we're good. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
So then the last motion I'm looking for is solicitation for the expired terms, which are all listed there, the suggested motion. And those are the, one is an unexpired term that someone has been filling since I think 2022 has not been filled. And then the remainder are there.
Madam President, I move to solicit for the following vacant or expiring terms on the Jefferson County Development Authority Board. 1, Harpers Ferry representative for unexpired term ending on April 5th, 2025. 2, citizen representative, business, for a term ending on April 5th, 2025. 3, citizen representative, labor, for a term ending on April 5th, 2027. 4, citizen representative, agribusiness, for a term ending on April 5th, 2027. And 5, 2, citizen representatives, general, for terms ending on April 5th, 2027.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. We're now at the very short Nathan Cochran hour.
I think I can get this done in about maybe hour and a half. Okay, under my items, A, I don't have anything. B, I don't have anything. C, as you know, Commissioner Tab, and I'm not sure that the others have been here when we did this,
Yeah.
but we have an agreement, an ongoing agreement with the city of Bolivar and our sheriff. There's two agreements, actually. One is the sheriff handles some of the taxes up there. And two, the sheriff handles some of their law enforcement or most of their law enforcement. They pay us a fee for that. We have an annual agreement. The agreement lasts 1 year, and like most agreements that the county makes. And it gets approved by the commission, by the Corporation of Bolivar, and then it's sent to the Attorney General's office, and the Attorney General approves it. And all that's been done. I was just, because it takes effect in July 1, I just wanted to make you aware of that. I've got some copies of it here I can give you. And so I'll do that. The item number E was another contract that we were going to enter into, but as the sheriff informed you earlier, the appropriate persons in the federal government have not yet approved it or signed off on it. And so that one is going to go away. And I do have a very minor personnel issue that I want to bring to your attention. I would have to request that we would go into executive session on that. It will not require any decision on your part, but it's just some information. But let me give you these documents. And there's two agreements there. One is the agreement regarding taxation, and one is the agreement regarding the law enforcement issue. And you can, because of the lateness of the hour, I won't go over them.
Bessie, you take this so I don't lose it.
I want you to just pack this legal bag.
I know.
And then regarding the personnel issue, it's an informational issue, but I believe that it should be handled in executive session.
Absolutely.
So you want to do both C,
Only D.
only D,
Yeah, C is the thing I just.
just informational at this time.
Well, yes, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Madam President, I move that we go into executive session to discuss a personnel issue.
Second.
Before you do that, there is one item under the county administrator report that we might want to also go into executive session for. So you might want to do both of those.
Which
But
one
I
is,
defer to Nathan.
Which one?
which one is
That
it?
is the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection permit. And there's a permit number.
Very well.
I don't see that listed on the
It's under
agenda. I
county
don't know.
administrative report.
Yeah, it's under county administrator report. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4th one down.
Oh, okay.
Personnel is a straightforward executive session issue. Can you
Yes.
guide me on the motion on how to direct this to executive session?
As regarding the environmental protection permit issue, I
Right.
think that it's a liability issue
okay.
that may involve liability for the county.
All right.
And there may also be a contractual issue involved.
All right, Madam President, I'd like to amend my motion to include the second agenda item for executive session, the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection Permit, number WV0116025 for two reasons. One, it's a liability issue, and second, it may involve contractual issues.
Yeah, so it would be to receive legal advice.
To receive legal advice. Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
All right. We have a motion.
Second.
Uh,
Sorry.
We have a motion on the floor to go into executive session to discuss a personnel issue and the West Virginia DEP permit. Is that correct?
Yes,
All
that's
right.
correct.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Go. I don't want to say turn us on, but, okay. We are back in session. Right, yes. I just say we're back to meeting and move that we come out of executive session back into regular session.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. There is my understanding, we have no action as a result of executive session or anything else on the agenda. So I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Do we have a county administrator report? Or-
Yes.
I don't know, we had her on the line, but I don't know.
No, that was it.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, I'm
I think
sorry.
you might have jumped, I think you might have jumped the gun.
I don't see these folks in person, so I'm assuming they're not here.
Right,
So,
we-
okay, I'm sorry, Eddie.
Yeah, I'm here. So I'm going to move through this pretty quickly. The bylaws, membership, and solicitation were misplaced on the agenda. That was from the JCDA report. Then we just spoke about the last one, the fire services study. At the last meeting, you approved that we put out an RFP for a fire services study similar to the study for ESA that was done previously. I didn't have an amount or the account where it should come from. I reached out to the consultant who did the last study to try to get an estimate on what the cost would be. And he gave me a cost, which included a travel cost. And I do want to note that I included other items on my agenda request, but they weren't put on the agenda. So we won't be discussing them here. So, but the fire service is on there, and that was to request $40,000, which was the cost recommended by the consultant for an RFP, and then go out for an RFP. And that fund to be used would be the coal severance account.
40, just make sure I understand it. You're proposing a fire service study for 40,000 to be funded out of coal severance?
Correct. At the last meeting, you approved, you requested then an RFP go out for a study for future fire service needs in the county, similar to the study conducted for to understand the needs of emergency services. So I needed an amount and an account that RFP go out of. So I'm recommending $40,000 and the account be coal severance.
Well, have we received an RFP? I mean, we could put that out and get the proposals back and then decide on the cost. Isn't that correct?
So usually consultants need to know, is this a $1,000 study or a $100,000 study? So they know, they can understand the scope of how much they'll be studying. So that's why we need to give a ballpark that we're going to be budgeting up to $40,000. Is my recommendation, unless you wanted to go at a different amount.
I would prefer to let the consultants or anyone who wants to submit an RFP, they can suggest multiple layers or intensity of the study, and we can choose how much we're going to spend for what information we want. I don't see that we should set a number right now, a cost figure. But I'm not of that world either, so maybe I'm uninformed.
Since I'm sitting on the FRA, one of the things that I was talking with Chief Mike Mood and Captain Marshall, they have put out an executive summary. And so they have projected what the needs would be for the next 10 years. And I think that's probably a good discussion point to have, that we can help Eddie when she does the RFPs, saying these are what we're looking to do, this is what we want to assess. To your point, then they could probably come back for that kind of study, it would cost X amount of dollars. And so I have that executive summary that they gave me.
Is that how you all feel this would be a good approach?
Yep.
That has been outlined?
Agree.
Eddie, are you understanding what has been proposed?
No, I'm not.
All right. I'm gonna try
Well,
to.
I understand that some companies have an idea of what their future fire service needs are. I'm not quite sure if that is in line with the ESA study that was conducted before. But these could both be documents that are used for the ESA. But in understanding the lateness of the hour, I can move forward without a dollar amount on the RFP, if that's the direction of the commission.
I think we're fine with that.
That's fine.
Yes, we can,
Yep.
yeah, we can. I think we're in agreement. You can solicit for RFPs for the fire service study, and then we can make our decisions based
Without a
on
dollar
what
amount.
we receive. Yes, and the dollar amount.
Then the next item on the agenda was several commissioners have approached me about wanting to have a clearly defined guidelines of memberships of boards, commissions, et cetera. And so several of the items that commissioners have talked to me about were online and alert posting of solicitations, requirements regarding background checks such as debarment or criminal activity, looking at voter registration to confirm residency. There are various ways of confirming residency, and so using that as the de facto way of confirming residency, and then requiring that all people who are appointed to boards or commissions then take required Ethics and Open Meetings Act training through the Ethics Commission. So my suggested motion is that you direct me to write a policy with Nathan.
Okay.
Okay, I have a couple comments here. First, this is about the appointment policy. For the criminal activity, we're not looking for parking tickets here, just the serious stuff. So however you draft it, please keep that in mind. And then the second issue was residency. I think there was a prolonged discussion about whether a candidate resided in X or Y jurisdiction at a recent meeting. And I think it's appropriate that we have a protocol set in place in advance
Yeah.
because these are pretty straightforward questions that could be easily ascertained if we have a protocol in advance. So I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, and I think that was actually my question with the Board of Zoning Appeals. We had it, I think, as my memory is right,
yeah.
an applicant that was from a municipality. But the Board of Zoning Appeals deals with the county land use. So that's a concern for me, so.
I don't have a draft motion here. I'm just going to go ahead unless somebody has something.
I got one.
You do?
I do.
Oh, please go ahead.
Motion to direct the county administrator to coordinate with legal staff to draft an appointment policy.
Second?
Okay. Everybody's ready? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And then Eddie, last item, ARPA?
The last item is ARPA. So there's roughly $30,000 remaining to be allocated under ARPA funds, and these funds have to be allocated by the end of this year and then used in the future after that. But we only have to the end of this year to allocate those funds. And so there are various requests of how to use those funds. Since the portal has been closed for quite some time, there are various ways that we've done it. People put agenda requests, but now you're trying to figure out in whole how you're going to use those. My recommendation is that we put out a notice to the community that they submit any requests that they have for the remainder of the funds to include the project name, the project applicant, the project summary, desired funding, and any match contributing to the project. And that then we send those along to you either at the next meeting or the following meeting. You let me know.
Well, I think we need, I like, where you're going with this, but I think we need to put it out there for at least a couple of weeks for the public to be aware that this is an opportunity and a deadline so that we get all the applications at one time. And then prioritize and make our decisions.
Perfect. Just let me know the date and we can put out that alert and notice on the website.
You guys got a suggestion on the date?
How about August 1st? That will give us 30 days to get it out there and get the responses in, and that will give you time. You can take it to the second meeting in August to determine how you want to spend it.
You think that's going to be enough time? I know we have to have them committed by the end of the year.
Yes.
Yeah. We think, I know, I don't know how we're going to advertise it and get the word out there in that short amount of
Well, let
time.
me ask you a couple of questions here. I know I'm standing between us and adjournment, but I do think it's kind of a big deal. So when you say committed by the end of the year, that means the commission has to make a decision and vote on it? Or does that mean a check has to be written or the check has to be cashed? What's the rule?
You have to commit. So if Betsy wants to come in as a nonprofit organization to build a softball field, and you know, I would say you have 30,000. I would like to request 15,000, and I'm going to raise 15,000 from Governor of Justice or something like that.
Okay.
So if you build it, they will come.
Yes.
So
And I have done that, and Tony can attest to that.
to fulfill the legal obligation, and meet the deadline, we have to have a commission vote before the end of calendar year 2024. Is that correct? I would prefer pushing off this date to give more people more time to submit applications.
Right.
I don't think we need to do August 1st, maybe
Right.
September 1st, maybe October 1st.
All right. So is your suggestion to, you know, I guess, create a request form for ARPA funds, the deadline to submit to the county commission October 1?
Yes, and
Okay, and then we
Bessie,
can-
you had suggested August 1st. Do you see a problem with pushing it off to October 1st? Is there I'm seeing that you're shaking your head no. You want to get it done.
And she
Okay.
wants to get it.
Yeah, I think
Do it because we have had some funds.
right.
I want to say, by memory, a couple $100,000, where projects were completed and we had leftover money that we put back and made it available to our funds.
Right.
To be extended to someone else.
Right.
Okay.
And so I do like October 1st. I think that's a nice balance where we give enough time for people to submit an application. Perhaps folks who aren't familiar with county
Right.
budgeting and are first hearing about this opportunity.
Yeah. So,
I have the draft motion here with
Yes,
October 1st
yes.
deadline. You want me to
Go
put that
ahead.
there? Right. Move to notify the public of open solicitations through October 1st for the remaining ARPA funds.
second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I
Now
know.
we're
Is
ready.
there any other business that needs to come before us this evening? Because I have gotten a little slap happy here.
Is Joy's making a motion to close?
Yes, please.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, stand up and leave.
Beautiful.
Right.